Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today is the day that we do tarot readings live for the collective. As you know, we're on the verge of what people call Lion's Gate. This is the time of the year, every year, that the sun in Leo comes into alignment with both Sirius and Orion. Today we've got the sun in Leo and the moon in Virgo. So what's important about this time frame is that this is a period in nature where a lot of creative, inspiring, and life rejuvenating energies flows through the peoples of planet Earth, and we use these energies to do various things. So if you've kept track of yourself through the past couple of years, you may have found that when the summertime hits its peak, right now, these are some of the times that you've had the best ideas, or some of the most exciting relationships, or some of the most beneficial opportunities. In any case, this is Lionsgate. It happens automatically for everyone. It happens for you even better if you've got yourself in alignment to receive what's possible. So peace and greetings to all my favorite people here in the chat. Peace, peace, sunshine chick. Always good to see you. Void stranger, peace and greetings. You are indeed early. I like what you said here. A wizard always arrives on time. Right, right. Showstopper, peace and greetings. Good evening to you. Nefrayu, peace, peace, my fellow cyclomate. Zero, peace and greetings. We're doing good. We're doing great. I hope that you're having a fantastic evening. It's Wednesday. And just off the top, what I'm receiving right now is that this is a very creative time frame, right? I know that I attract a lot of creative individuals, a lot of people who are into building things, a lot of people who are into, sticking to their vision of the future and doing whatever is necessary to carve that path out in the most useful and appropriate way. So I know that there's a lot of creators that are listening to this. And if that's you, what's so great about this particular Lionsgate is that this is the time for you to focus entirely on your art, your craft. Whatever it is that you're creating, now is the time for you to focus on that. And I say that because, like I said, we've got the sun in Leo, and of course, we've got the moon in Virgo. And as you know, Virgo has everything to do with the details, has everything to do with the meticulous details. Pay attention to the little things. That's what Virgo is all about. Making sure that all the pieces of the puzzle are in alignment. So if you're an artist, if you're a creator, if you're someone who's building something, you have an enhanced buff, so to speak, towards meticulously scrutinizing your project. Some of us like that, some of us don't, right? Micromanaging versus macromanaging. You be the judge. Alkalinity Light, peace. Alkalinity Light says, here for that live in the present moment. That's where we are. That's what we're doing. Okay. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and tune into these tarot cards. By the way, how's the audio? Music too loud? Vocals too low? You tell me. You tell me. What's it sound like? KP says solid. Nice, nice. You know what's annoying? When somebody shows a picture in their thumbnail of a celebrity and like an ancient statue that kind of, sort of could possibly resemble them. Oh my God. I just saw somebody post a picture of like, who is it? NBA Youngboy, maybe? Top shotter. And like some statue of a Aztec warrior that looks like him. That is so annoying. I mean, maybe there's something to it if you want it to be, but that's so cheesy, man. We've been doing that since 1990. Since 1980. The right foot creep dude. All right. Audio's good. Like this video. If you like it, then like it. And let's get to the cards. Oh, probably need the light. I said right foot creep, old walking with the heater. All right, so like I said, right now we have the sun in Leo. Powerful, fearless, brave, creative. We have the moon in Virgo. New moon at that. Pay attention. Pay attention. Pay attention. All right, so let's do it. Let's do it. This is a general reading for the collective. That includes, well, you and everybody who was born on a day that ends with a Y. Who, of course, is also tuned into this channel. And if you would like a specific reading for yourself, you can hit the link that is pinned at the top of the comments, and we will do live a reading just for you, specifically, just for you. Thank you, Sunshine Chick. And I could have sworn that I posted that and pinned it already, but hey, the internet does its thing. But yeah, if you would like a reading yourself, just tap the link that was pinned. But first, we're going to do this general reading that includes everybody, all right? That includes everybody. Natural sister, peace and blessings to you. Peace, peace. Look, man, your spirit knows. Your spirit knows. I surprise myself every day. And you know, what we call spirit, we can also attribute to the subconscious mind. Either way, trust yourself. Trust yourself. Awakened Soul 144 Eternal, peace and greetings. Okay, so here we go. And as I'm shuffling these cards, how many people in the chat right now are a Leo? Are you a Leo sun or are you a Leo ascendant? Let me know. Star Lion, peace. Let me know if you're a sun Leo or an ascendant Leo. Hello, Kitty Lover, peace and greetings. The Clip Off. Hakeem Lamidi, peace, peace. And Fryu says Leo Moon. Well, I'm asking for Leo suns and Leo's ascendants. And the reason I'm asking is because I've branched out into dealing with the houses, right? And how the houses have to do with these astrology readings. All right, all good. So it looks like nobody listening right now is a Leo ascendant. That's fine. All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Zero says Leo ascendant. Well, if you're a Leo ascendant, that means that Leo's in your first house, huh? So this new moon that's happening, or that has happened on Sunday, has everything to do with self-identity, has everything to do with how you see yourself and who you are. And when we talk about new moon, we're talking about planting seeds. We're talking about starting the next phase, the next generation, right? Planting seeds. So we're planting seeds in the realm of yourself and your identity and how you see yourself in your body, in your mind, how you present yourself to the world. Looks like you're going through some changes here. And this is what's happening to you during this Lion's Gate. During this Lion's Gate, there's a lot of focus on your identity and how you're going to transform yourself into what you actually want to be. Let me know if I'm correct or let me know if I'm incorrect. Society Eject says, I'm back tonight. Fell asleep last night. All good, my man. All good. You know I got you this time around. I got you this time around. All right. Just making sure we are sufficiently shuffled. Richard Tracy, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Look, man, I want to go live and present in the flesh, but if we got to do it virtual, we can do that. We can do that. Okay, Natural Sister, I got you. I got you. So far, we got Natural Sister and we have Society Ejects. All right, so let's start with this general reading. Mayat Mystic, peace. Mayat Mystic says, North Node is Leo. My car just got repoed. So much is happening around this time. Oh, man. But listen, I know that when it comes to people like us, we're placed on a path that kind of forces us to trust the way that nature's going. So hopefully this is a season where you feel confident enough to trust what direction your life is going into. I'm in favor of virtual. All right, I'm gonna have to do it that way. Okay. Trey Kage says the Leo moon a few days ago was crazy. Wasn't it? Wasn't it? Shades of Shay, peace, peace. Now we can start. Shades of Shay has shown up. All right, enough of that. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right. I'm about to show you something that's going to hit you right in the feels. It'll blow your mind, but not so much in the way that a psychological thriller movie will, but more so on the fact that you already know what you're supposed to do. You just needed somebody like me to remind you of what you already know. So let's do it. Let's do it. 6 days in, peace. 6 days in says full moon on my birthday. Know Thyself says so many enlightened people seem to be spiraling into psychosis, not sure what's going on. Hey man, if you stick around long enough, you'll see these patterns. We've been through this already. Society ejects. I know you know what I'm talking about. It's a certain level that you hit, and you have a choice to believe that your shit smells like roses or your shit smells like shit. And if you take the roses path, you'll go down a slippery slope. and you might end up out in traffic, butt naked, wearing a Thanos glove, live streaming. Or you might end up telling everybody how you went back to church and the occult is evil. Who knows? But in any case, it's a cycle. This is that time. Like this time of the year around Lionsgate, every year you're gonna see one of your favorite little YouTubers. Enough, man, enough. Let's get to the positivity and the love, right? The world is full of more love now than ever before. Ever before. And we have a real opportunity to transform this entire matrix, this entire hologram, if you so but wanted to. If you just wanted to. You feel me? You feel me? Richard Tracy says, LMAO, butt naked wearing a Thanos glove live streaming. Listen, I wish I made that shit up. I wish I made that up, but I saw it with my own eyes. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw things on YouTube I wasn't supposed to see. I saw stuff that wasn't allowed on YouTube. Homie had on just a Thanos glove, but it's real. It's real. Like if you don't keep your shadow work in check, if you don't keep your ego in check, if you listen to these spirits, you know what I'm saying, and disregard your own judge, like there's so many variables, so many variables. I think that video stayed on for like years. But anyways, that doesn't matter. What matters is how are you? What are you doing? St. Michael's Coaching Corner. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Oh Lord. All right. Man, it's a lot of stuff I could say about that, but that's not what I'm here for. That dude, I think he's doing well now, so I'm not gonna say anything negative about him. I ain't even gonna entertain it. He's doing good now. Y'all should be happy about that. John Ali, peace and greetings. All right, Leo, Sun, Virgo, New Moon. What's going on for us? What's going on for us? Secrets and symbolism. I know who you are. Peace and greetings. Hey, Trav, long time no chat. Hope you've been well. I've been up, I've been down, I've been going through this process, but I'm very, very good right now. I hope that you're doing well, for sure. For sure. I'd like to hear what you're studying in the current, if you have the time. All right, let's get to it. Ha ha ha. And guess what? Right? We're dealing with Leo season, right? The Five of Wands is Saturn and Leo. Saturn and Leo. I'm trying to teach you how to read these cards. So when you hear Saturn, what do you think? When you hear Leo, what do you think? Put those two things together. That's your task right now. When you hear Saturn, what do you think? And when you hear Leo, what do you think? Take that into consideration with what's happening on this card. What are these young men doing? What are these young men doing? Harriet Lee, peace and greetings. Phoenix Wolfette, peace, peace. Every time I see your name, I remember that time that we took that photo at the conference. But I hope that you're doing well as well. Shades with Shay says, I'm Aquarius. How do I know my moon signs, etc.? If you go real quick to, what's that website, y'all? Astro something? If you look online, type in the word natal chart, Natal, natal chart. It'll ask you to put in your birthday and the time that you were born. Get as close as you can. That'll show you your sun, your moon, and your ascendant. Your sun and your moon, you'll pretty much get, but the ascendant, that's what depends on the time, and the ascendant determines what house is where. All right. Oh, nice, nice. Okay, St. Michael's Coaching Corner says fighting. Okay. John Ali says needs some order in it. Good, good, right? Because we're thinking about Saturn. We're thinking about order, structure. That's good. Secrets and Symbolism says always have time for catch up. Yeah, I have new books to share with you. I'm so glad you're doing readings. Me too, right? Because I avoided this for so long, but I'm in here. I'm in there like swimwear, and that's in there when you think about it. Zero says discipline and ego, and not power struggle. Hmm. Or right, because when you're dealing with energy, listen, as a magus, when you're dealing with energy, understand that if it has the potential for one, it also has the potential for other. Right. So what you said is that this card represents discipline in the ego and not struggle, which is true. It also represents power struggle and no discipline in the ego. That's why it's so important to do the rest of the reading and to also have somewhat of a knowledge on who you're reading for. It could be either or. Absolutely, though. Thank you, Treka Gay. Cafe Astrology. That's it. Cafe Astrology. Go to Cafe Astrology. You can go exactly to this link that Richard Tracy has posted. Ah, okay. Peace, Philip. Philip says I'm low key trying to come up with a channel to do readings. I'll put your link in my bio so you'll get more people. Haven't officially started yet. I appreciate that, Philip. And look, man, just go. Like I said, I've been doing my channel for years, and like I just started doing this, man. Just go, just go. You get better as you go. Don't worry about the viewers. Don't worry about anything. Like, do it for yourself because as you read, you get better with this. Just do it, man. Just do it. Okay, now Fryus is working, building. C says, is this the collective? Absolutely. And speaking of which, let's get to it. So we've got the Five of Wands. Like I said, that's Saturn and Leo. We're dealing with some type of contention, some type of struggle, some type of you versus someone or something else, right? This is not just you sliding and slipping in like gators. We're dealing with some kind of obstacle, some kind of obstacle, some kind of obstacle. Next, we've got the world. Now, check this out. When you see the world card, this has everything to do with Saturn/Earth. Just to kind of cut to the chase, when we're dealing with Kabbalah, there are two gates. One of the gates is here, which is Saturn. One of the gates is here, is Earth. So it's a transitory period. It's a transition period. It's the beginning of one phase, the end of another. Saturn, Earth. We're dealing with two different gates. So when we're dealing with the world card, that's the energy of what we're dealing with. Notice that there's an oval shape, just like a womb or some other doorway that you can enter or leave. Graduation is the key word here, at least for me. Somebody might tell you different. Graduation is the key word here. What we're dealing with is you finishing one phase and beginning another. Let's get to the next one. Ace of Swords. Ace of Swords. The ace deals with the Akashic aspect of the particular element. So in this case, we're dealing with the Akashic aspect of the air element. And when you think about the air element, we're dealing with the mind, mentation, thought process, how you mentally structure reality. And if we're dealing with the etheric aspect, the Akashic element, we're dealing with new, fresh. If you can imagine a conveyor belt, we got God here and we got Earth here. There's a conveyor belt that goes from God to Earth, right? And if you can imagine the spirit element, whatever, it's coming fresh from God, brand new, hot off the press. Then it hits Earth and it becomes something. That's the Akashic aspect of these elements. So we're talking about something brand new, fresh, coming through for the first time, thoughts that you've never thought before, ideas that you've never conceived of, something new. So check this out. Let's put that together. Put that together. You have been in a struggle, some kind of conflict. You're fighting against something. And I'll tell you right now, you need to stop that fight. You need to stop that fight. Because ultimately, what you're fighting against is not that other thing. You're fighting against an aspect of your ego that you've rejected, an aspect of your ego that has not been accepted, that has not been integrated. For example, if you find yourself out here, I don't know, let me get an example. Say, for example, you hate Donald Trump and you hate Trump supporters, and you hate the party that he stands for, you hate all that stuff. You don't hate that man. You don't know that man, right? You don't know that man. But what you hate is what you think he represents. And what you think he represents has everything to do with what you've accumulated and what you've learned over the years. So you're at war with ideas. Now, of course, when you can single those ideas down to an individual person, it makes it easier. Oh, I hate that guy and everything he stands for. But in truth, what you hate are aspects of yourself that you've not integrated yet. So those things that you disagree with within yourself, you project onto other people. You make them this sort of scapegoat, this martyr, and you go to war with it. Bring it back home. Check this out. Check this out. Analyze in your life right now, who is your enemy? If you've watched my channel for more than one day, you've heard me say there are no enemies. But I want to ask you, who is your enemy? Who are you fighting against? Who is it that you feel like is, oh, this, if they didn't exist, everything would just be so much better, right? Who are you against? Who do you allow the power to fuck your day up? Who is that? What subject is that? What topic? What buzzword is that? Can somebody say something and ruin your entire day? What is it that you're at war with? And I want you to understand, you don't have to be. That's a waste of energy. It's like you have a coffee mug with a hole in the middle of it, right? It's like you've got a balloon with a bunch of punctures. You can fill it up with air all you want, but you know where it's going. So seeing the world card next to this means two things to me. Means number one, once you get over this, you can move on to the next level. Those of you who are stuck. And number two, it means you've recently got over this. With it being on the left side as the first card, for most of you, it means that this is something in your past and you've recently gotten over another aspect of this illusionary warfare. And in doing so, you can enjoy the benefits of graduation. You can reap what comes. When you graduate, you get a certificate, you get a diploma, you get certain credentials that allow you to move into certain spaces that previously you would not have been able to. So, whether you're somebody who's in the midst of the struggle or somebody who has gotten over it recently, understand that that was a stepping stone to this next level that we're dealing with right now. This is a gateway. This is a gateway. I explained that. The end is Saturn. The beginning is Earth. This is the gateway from one level to another level. Anybody ever play Star Fox for the Super Nintendo, like the first Star Fox? If you've ever played it and you close your eyes, you can picture the map and you can see that there were three paths. Tree of Lifestyle. There was a middle path that was very easy, as it is. There was a left-hand path that was very hard and very dark, and there was a right-hand path. You know that if you took the middle path, there was a certain area that if you hit the asteroid belt, it would accelerate you into another dimension. This is also what we're talking about here. There are certain lessons that you can learn that can accelerate you into a different dimension. For most people, they learn in linear time based on experiences. But for people who are wise and have a certain level of wisdom, all it takes is a specific trigger for you to get the lesson and move forward. This might be you. So we've got an inner battle, an inner struggle that you're either dealing with now or you just overcame. And if you just overcame it, that means gateway to the next level. If you're still struggling, what I'm saying is get over that so you can move on. Next step, Ace of Swords. Once you reach this new territory, once you reach this new plane, as Richard Tracy said, quantum jumps. Once you reach this new level, what we're talking about is this entire landscape of new ideas, new thoughts, right? We're talking about a landscape of new perspective. And this is what life is, perspective. Everybody has the same shit going on, right? You wake up, you drink your coffee, you go to the bathroom, you eat your breakfast, you go to work, you chat with people you like or you don't like, have your break, work some more, come home, pass the time, drinking, smoking, watching Netflix, whatever you do, go to sleep, wake up and repeat the whole thing. We all have the same life. But the thing is, depending on your perspective, you can either feel trapped or you can understand that, you know what, this is the gateway to the next place, right? You could be enjoying every moment or dreading every moment. Like it's literally up to you. And what I'm saying is, once you hit this graduation point, which comes after releasing this so-called war, this so-called battle, once you hit this graduation point, what we're dealing with now is a realm of a new perspective, new types of thoughts. And I'm telling you, this is in alignment with what it is that you're trying to manifest. As I said earlier, I attract a lot of people who are creators, a lot of people who build things, who construct things, who create things. And if this is you, once you essentially move out of your own way, you can start seeing life as it is. And when you see life as it is, you can do your job as a creator and reflect life as it is. And reflect life as it is. A week ago, I did a live stream about eight Lions Gate. And the first thing that I talked about was mirror rituals, right? And here's the thing. Once you do enough mirror rituals, you start to see that all of life is a mirror anyway. And the thoughts that you constantly dwell on, the actions that you constantly repeat, the emotions that you constantly feel, all these things are a mirror that reflect into reality. Today is the product of yesterday's thoughts, feelings, emotions, actions, right? So what's it like when you enter a world of new thought, of new thought? Have you ever entered into a world of new thought? Perhaps. Maybe not. If you haven't, I'll tell you, it's quite nice. It's quite nice because you start to learn quickly that there are a lot of things that you can let go of. A lot of things that you've held on to for so long that you can actually release once and for all. Framestar Films, my bro. Peace. Peace, peace. Imagine letting go of the things that trouble you so much once and for all. I know you feel like you have to hold on to them because if you don't, then so and so is going to suffer, or I'm not going to get this or that, or whatever the excuse is. But man, life is so much more simpler than we make it. We, including myself, life is so much simpler than we make it. Let me know if anybody here understands that life is so much simpler than you make it. Put it in the chat. I've been guilty of saying, well, I want to enjoy this feeling, this relationship, this sensation. But until I get this right, I'm gonna I'm gonna block myself from any of that. I'm not allowed to do any of this until I get this right. I decided to do that. Nobody else did that. And likewise, a lot of these complications that we have in life are because we make these strange decisions. We correlate one thing with another, and they don't necessarily go together. But when we make these decisions, we stick with them. And then we wonder why we suffer, why we're in pain, why we're upset, why we're depressed, why we don't hit our goals. It's because sometimes we connect dots that really don't, they're not useful and they're not appropriate. Right, right. We make it complicated. C says exactly what's been happening so fast for the past week. Right, right. Wise Fool says perspective is key. Control perspective, you control reality. Life is so much simpler than you make it. Absolutely. Absolutely. See Maine. Peace, peace. Society Eject says life is beautiful and perfect. It's the person that's experiencing life that makes it complicated. Exactly. Right? And when you come to a place of seeing that, you'll start to understand that all the things that happened to you in the past that you didn't like, a lot of it is the result of perspective. Now, of course, there may have been things that happened that we're beyond perspective, right? Of course. I'm not, oh, love and light, everything's, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is like today and how you feel today and how you think today and how you live today has everything to do with how you've structured your memory and your mind. Let's keep going. Strength. I had a feeling that this was going to come up. Who knows what the strength card astrologically represents? This should be easy as hell. I better not see a wrong answer in the chat. Richard Tracy says, we perceive the world not as it truly is, but through the lens of our own inner landscape. Thanks, Blackley. Alkalinity Light says, change the meaning, you change the emotion. Change the meaning, you change the emotion. Nefrayu says, Leo, 6 days in says the Lion's Gate. So check this out. We're dealing with the energy of Leo. And like I said, we're dealing with a creative energy. We're dealing with an energy that is inspiring, an energy that calls us to step forward, to step into the forefront, right? To step out and do the thing. Right here, right now is all about doing the thing. You've been in an interior battle. You've overcome that. You graduated. You've come to a place of new thoughts, new ideas. Alchemy Gold, peace, peace. So all that right there sums up in this Leo card, this strength card. Because you got to think, when you overcome your worst enemy, which is yourself, nobody else, especially not somebody you're never going to meet. Can you imagine some people consider people that they'll never meet their enemies? Political figures and groups and all sorts of other shit. It's projection and it's escapism and it's weakness. To be honest with you, it's weakness. How can you consider somebody your enemy and you've never met them and you never will meet them? Oh, I hate Bill Gates. He's got a lot of money and he's buying up farms. Oh, I hate Tesla. He's doing this. I hate Jeff Bezos. He's doing that. You're never going to meet these people. You're literally wasting energy. So let's bring it back home. You've overcome the enemy. That has led you to a graduation phase. After that graduation phase, you begin to receive new ideas, new thoughts, new aspects of mind that cause you to change your perspective. And here we are, that leads you to a certain specific level of strength, a level of strength. When you know better, you do better. When you know better, you do better. When you realize that it's not actually a snake in the road, but just a rope that fell off of somebody's truck, you walk different, right? If you're walking down the road and you think it's a snake, you're gonna jump and freak out and run away. But when you realize that it's just a rope, you're gonna walk different. That's what we're dealing with here. You're walking different because you know differently. Ace of Cups, yet another ace. If the Ace of Swords deals with the mind and the thought process, the Ace of Cups deals with the heart. I heard something interesting today. The heart sends more signals to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. And I'll tell you something else. When you're dealing with astrology or Kabbalah and you put these signs together, you'll understand that Leo represents the sun, and the sun is directly in the center, dealing with the heart. The heart. Where's your heart? What's your heart invested in right now? Is are you have you recognized your passion, and are you living your passion? Have you recognized your passion? Are you living your passion? Are you living from your heart? Are you living from a space of self authority? Leo deals with the king, doesn't he? The king. Are you living from a place of self regulation? If you zoom into this photo, you'll see that within Tifereth here, the heart, the sun, you'll see baby Jesus. You'll see Jesus crucified and Jesus on the throne. Who rules your reality? Who's on your mind all the time? Who is the king of your world? Are you living from a place of sovereignty, or are you living from a place of servitude? Because nobody has forced you to be a slave. Kanye said it was a choice, and nobody liked it. Nobody liked it. Kanye said slavery was a choice, and nobody liked it. Are you living from the perspective of a king, or are you living from the perspective of a slave? Listen to the story that you tell yourself every day. Listen to the narrative of your life. What does it sound like? A slave's tale or a king's tale? Because a king wasn't always a king, wasn't born a king. You got to work your way up. Even if you're born a prince, you got some work to do before you sit on that throne. Is it a king's tale or a queen, right? I don't know who you are. Or is it a slave's tale? We're dealing with the heart. We're dealing with the heart. So, Ace of Cups. We're dealing with new feelings. We're dealing with a new insight on how we feel through this world, how we feel through the world. Maybe you've been numb for a long time. Maybe life's been difficult. Maybe you've gone through some things that have caused you to feel bad. And in response, you sort of numb yourself. You kind of step back. You kind of let go of expectations and you just kind of go with the flow. And maybe that's gotten you along so far. But I'm here to tell you, when you step into a new place and you start getting these new thoughts, it's damn near impossible to avoid these new feelings. It's damn near impossible to avoid these new feelings. 11, 11, 11, 11. See, strength is connected to the heart and not the muscles of the arm, because there's more strength in the heart than there is in the arms and legs. Strength is not about lifting weights or punching somebody's face. Strength is about being able to deal with life in such a way that you do not get knocked over, that you could stand on your 2 feet, back straight, tough like a turtle fin. They call the lion the king of the jungle, right? The king of the jungle. So look, being the king, being royalty, being sovereign, being someone who's in control also means opening your heart. A lot of us have been afraid of our emotions. We've been afraid to feel because we've been hurt in the past. We've been hurt before, so we're afraid to feel. Now's the time to break that lock, to bust that chain, to open that door and allow yourself to feel. I'm telling you, the world is full of more love now than it has ever been before. The world is full of more love now than it has ever been before. So many people are starting to come out of being governed by forces that do not have their best interests in concern. I was thinking about that earlier today, like culture and life as I knew it has been mapped out, defined with all these frameworks and rules by all these people who don't know me and don't care to know me, but they want to tell me how to live and how to feel, how I should dress, what I should do for work, how my relationships should be. They dictate everything that we're supposed to be. And you can go along with that, or you can stop and say, wait a minute, that's not what I want. At the end of the day, it's you. Fuck that at the beginning and the end of the day, it's you. You wake up with yourself, you go to the bathroom with yourself, you go to the shower with yourself, you go to sleep with yourself, you eat with yourself. So you understand that you're always with yourself. And if you're living someone else's vision for you and you don't align with that, there's no choice but to be depressed. There's no choice but to be sad. So you know what I'd rather do? I'd rather live the life that makes me happy because I've got to make my bed. I'm cooking my dinner. I'm paying my bills. I'm doing these live streams. You got to live with what makes you happy. Open your heart to be yourself because the guidelines and the standards of culture were put here for a reason. They were put here for a season. But I'm here to tell you we're entering into a new phase. And this phase is all about going inward and knowing who you are and being who you are. And maybe that's where this internal struggle was located. Maybe this is that battlefield, trying to fight your inner feelings versus what culture is telling you to do. Perhaps. And perhaps you're one of those like myself who's won that battle. I don't give a damn what culture has to say. Fuck them. That's not me. And maybe that's not you. And once you break free of that stronghold, of that prison, you begin to see things differently. You begin to see life differently, new ideas, new thoughts. And that includes new feelings. And of course, that comes with a newfound strength. This is Leo season with a Virgo moon. Pay attention to the details. Final card, celebration. Look, look, at the end, the final result of all this, right? And what else would come from breaking free from constricting patterns, right? Breaking free from constricting patterns and receiving new thoughts from yourself, not from other people, not conflicting thoughts from the outside, but new thoughts from yourself, giving you a level of strength and a level of love. What else could come from this other than celebration? What else could come from this? You tell me. What else could come from being free? I mean, yes, it's nice to be a millionaire. It's nice to have your favorite cars in the driveway, big ass house, and everything you want off of Amazon and whatever, whatever, whatever. All that stuff is great. But you know what's even better? Freedom. Freedom. Because how can you celebrate without freedom? That's what I'm gonna say right here for this reading. What's your mindset? Are you a king or are you a slave? In your perspective, in your life, if you look at how you move and the criteria that you use to make decisions, are you royalty or are you a slave? Do you do things because you want to do them, or are you doing things because, well, I have to do this because, well, that's part of the system that I'm in, and what would they think of me? To be honest, to me, this sounds like somewhat of an elementary type of message, but everybody's at a different point. Maybe some of us need a reminder. Maybe some of us need a check. Straight Panther, peace, peace. Straight Panther says, Trav, why do you sound like Daffy Duck? Is the audio messed up again? Is the audio messed up? What is happening? Framestar, what are we typing in this chat, man? What are we typing? Free your mind, and your ass will follow. But yeah, what's with this Daffy Duck business? Daffy Duck. Well, I've got my retainer in, so that's probably why. I usually don't have my retainer in. Dang. Y'all y'all criticizing my retainer lisp instead of getting this reading. That's all right. Too close to the mic. I guess I'll have to take it out then, since it's causing so much of a disturbance. All right, so here we have the general reading. Let's do two more. Let's do two more in my Daffy Duck, in my greatest Daffy Duck impression. All right, so dealing with these internal struggles, coming to a sense of graduation, opening ourselves to new ideas, having the strength to feel new feelings, right? And ultimately coming to a space of graduation, to a space of graduation. That goddamn Bugs Bunny. So check this out. Naturally, if feeling things is new, there we go. KP says, "Would a king take out his retainer, though?" Hey, man, I'm just speaking for the content. As you can see, the list is still here. Page of Cups. We're dealing with a student of new emotions, of new feelings. And this can be a wonderful thing because you open yourself up to a new landscape of reality. To people who feel all the time and have these emotions and relationships and drama and trauma all the time, that doesn't mean anything. But there is a group of people who choose to really not have emotional upset in their lives, who choose to not really have emotional turbulence whatsoever, right? I'm one of those. I would rather have no emotional stuff going on than any kind of drama, right? I would prefer it to be just dry and regular and plain. Some people can't do that. But what I'm saying is, maybe there's a reality that exists where it's not just dry and plain and no emotions. Perhaps there are safe places where you can experience and allow emotions without having to be hurt. And look, the Five of Swords. The Five of Swords. What we're dealing with is Venus and Aquarius. Venus and Aquarius. Aquarius, air sign, the mind, generally attempts to see things in a balanced perspective, to see things as fair, to see things as they are. And Venus can be very emotionally attached. So when we have someone who's emotionally attached and someone who's very down to earth, there will be conflict. Somebody will have to lose. Somebody will have to let go. Overall themes here are letting go of older conflicting thought patterns and embracing a new level of the heart. Embracing a new level of the heart. Yes, some people will get hurt. Yes, some people will be cut off. That's how it's got to go. You've been alive for a couple of decades. You know that you gain some friends and you lose some friends. Like that's how it goes. And how do you react afterwards? There's some people that I've lost and it devastated me. And as I got older, I learned how to deal with loss. And when somebody has to go, that's the way it is. I don't hate them. I'm not mad at it. I just understand, okay, the tides have shifted. Things have changed, right? It's just nothing personal. It's just how it is. Can you react in that way? If anybody in your life was to leave right now, could you react in such a way that you would understand? Could you react in a way that demonstrates your level of understanding? Or would you go straight to the emotional Venus aspect? Maybe I shouldn't think about that so much, but I think about it often, like, I have people that I care about. And sometimes I think, like, how would I react if they were no longer here? I'll tell you, one of the worst days for me is when my son has to go home. I hate that so much because it's like I spend so much time with him and like I change my energy and I change my routine and my pattern and I get so used to my son being here and then he goes home with his mom. And it's like the house and my world has never felt so silent than the day that he leaves, right? And I know that before it would make me depressed, at least for a day. And like I'd have to like shift myself from being with to being alone. But, I've started paying attention to myself and I don't take it personally. Because what I find is that in that period, in the past, in that period when my son has to leave and go home, I bombard myself with questions. Was I the best dad possible? Was I mean to him? Did I say anything that I probably shouldn't have said? Or could I have done this better? Could I have said that maybe we should have gone and played bowling or laser tag, or maybe we should have done this or that? Like those thoughts used to bombard me. But now it's like I'm able, since I've been through that so many times, while my son is with me, I'm thinking ahead like, yo, am I doing everything that I want to do, that I think would be best for the both of us? And as long as I do that, when it's time for him to go home, when he goes with his mother, if those thoughts start to creep up in my head, I can quickly answer them with, what more could I have done? And I leave it at that. I leave it at that. Oh wow, preschool. It'll be all right, man. Look, she's not the first little girl to go. right? There's a whole system in place. It'll be all right. And trust the energy, bro. Trust the energy. Trust the energy. Right. Rachel Tracy says you're a great dad. She's gonna do great. She's also got lots of protection from the other side. Trust the energy. Stray Panther says family deaths are like severe weather events. You can prepare for them, but when they hit, all you can do is brace yourself. That is a great metaphor, my friend. That's a great analogy. It's exactly like that. You can prepare for a I think that we have a hurricane happening right now where I am. I think it's Hurricane Deborah or something. Anybody that lives in the South, y'all know what the name of that hurricane is, but it rained pretty bad. That's about it. But you have people that go out and they buy generators and they buy a bunch of water and a bunch of canned food and all that stuff. You can prepare, but when you're face to face with it, that's its own experience. Debbie, that's it. Debbie, thank you. Alkalinity Light says, I think I have to let my old trauma bond go. We thought it was love, but I don't think it's going to work. Now I know better. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes it's like that. Gizmo, peace, peace, peace and greetings. Maybe it's just where I live, but I get those alerts and those alarms like every year, and it's like, okay, it's just gonna rain a lot. Because I know one year I listened to my baby mama and got in that car and we fled to North Carolina or something. Ended up running out of gas and like we stayed at this random old lady's house because like she felt sorry. I don't know. It was a weird trip. And then we got some more gas and then went to her sister's house. And then come to find out that nothing actually happened in our hometown. So like we wasted all that money and all that gas. I think she just wanted to go see her sister. That's what it was. But after that, man, I stopped leaving. If it's gonna happen, let it happen. I'll have a story to tell. But like I said, that's just where I live. Some people live closer to the coast. Some people live in different areas where it floods deeper. It actually floods across the street. It doesn't flood in my yard, so I'm cool with that. And I've even told the story on YouTube how I did a specific ritual to like protect my home. And like I saw like trees and branches and shit were falling on neighbors' houses, and mine was left unscathed. So I mean, like, ultimately trust the energy. If your energy is telling you to go, then go. That's what I'm saying. Trust the energy. And what's the energy telling you right now? Listen to your heart. Stop fighting with these knuckleheads. Open yourself to new thoughts, new feelings, new strength, and enjoy the celebration that comes with this freedom. Nooni's Universe. Peace, peace. KP says, I remember that one. Fur, right? Absolutely. Fur. Debbie Downer. Straight Panther says, I bought water, beer, and ramen noodles. Hey, man. That's the survival technique right there. Can't get more simplistic than that. Gizmo says, getting mouth surgery on my back molars on the 13th. Okay, so that's really close to the full moon. Really close to the full moon. Let's see. Let's see. That's despicable. I know there's a surgery section. There we go. Dental and dentists. Visit the dentist when the moon is in Virgo. Teeth are best removed when the moon is in Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, or Pisces. What's the moon going to be in on the 13th? Let's see. July, August 13th for you. That's Tuesday. Sagittarius. The moon will be in Sagittarius. And it will be second phase moon. Sagittarius. Teeth are best removed when the moon is in Sagittarius. I know your teeth might not be removed, but hey, that's a good sign for you. So that's awesome. Looks like you're going to be okay. Avoid the full moon. Well, it's not going to be the full moon, so you'll be fine. Yeah, you should be fine. You'll be perfectly fine, Gizmo. Don't worry about it. Yep. Natural Sister says, what book is this? Plain and simple. This is the Moon Sign book. They come out every year. Very useful if you're someone who pays attention to astrology. Astrology. Zero says, I lose all my friends this year, but I feel so much real and honest with myself and found you in this beautiful community, Trav, that I feel really blessed. This is what I want since my mom's dead. You'll be all right, man. Just keep that focus on bettering yourself. Keep that focus on growth because what you focus on expands. That's how we go. Rookie says, hey, Travis, what that thing smell like? Perv. Straight Panther says, last day for new moon rituals. Aww. Mercato says, was that Paranoid by Kanye West? Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So let's get on with it. Got a couple of individual reads. Don't worry about it. Let's see what we got. See what we have got. Who is getting a reading tonight? Who's getting a Lionsgate reading? What's happening? I have this Mexican friend who doesn't speak English, but he knows the phrase, what's happening. So whenever people are panicking or freaking out, he says, what's happening? What's happening? And for some reason that stuck with me. Personally, I think he knows English at least a little bit. He just won't speak it. That's what I think. All right, so we got Natural Sistar first and foremost. Natural Sistar followed by Monique. Peace and greetings, Monique. Okay, well we got Society Eject since you paid earlier. We'll do you second Society. So Natural Sistar, Society Ejects, Monique, and then Nooney's Universe. Okay? Cool? Cool. Let me write down the order. All right. So Natural Sistar, Society Ejects, Monique, Noonies, Universe. Okay. So if you could just provide me with your sun, your ascendant, and your moon sign. If you have those things, go ahead and provide me with them. And that will allow me to kind of tune in just a little bit more specifically to you. And I don't upgrade it, so you'll see what I'm talking about. Nooney's Universe says, what's in store for these next few weeks? Okay, gotcha, gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, so you're Aquarius ascending. Okay. Aquarius ascending, Taurus moon. So that means that Leo is in your seventh house. The new moon's happening in your seventh house. So that means that there's something new going on in your relationships, something new going on dealing with maybe a romantic relationship, maybe something going on with a business partner. Something new in your relationships is starting to flow. Let's see if we can get a little bit more specific. I love this Vedic astrology stuff. Uh, let's see, 12. So the sun in the seventh house for you, marital incompatibility. Nope. Sagittarius sun, got that. All right, so I wonder what is new happening for you when it comes to the realm of relationships. And give me just a second. I don't think I have a single picture of Daffy Duck in this house. But if I had one, despicable. All right, Sagittarius sun, Taurus moon, Aquarius rising. So right now, this sun and the sun's in Leo. That's in your, let's see, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7. Sun's in Leo. So the moon's in your eighth house. That's the house of other people's resources. That's the house of karmic debt, inheritance, that kind of thing. Right, right. So that means the moon is in your eighth house. What's that look like in the Vedic astrology? Golly, short life, psychic, fluffer and succotash. That's the quote. That's it. All right, let's go. Did you have a specific question, or was this going to be a general reading? Alchemy Gold says my Leo is in the fifth house. Doesn't Leo rule the fifth house? My astrology people, doesn't Leo rule the fifth house? 'Cause if so, that must mean that your rising is Aries. All right, let's get to it. Richard Tracy says, "Shit, my Leo is fifth and sixth house." Now, come on now. I know Leo is a big deal, but how you going out here claiming two houses for one sign? Yeah, my Aquarius is like that. My Aquarius takes up two houses. Or should I say, nah, whatever. Let's focus on this. Sagittarius. Sagittarius are very interesting people. They have a certain knack for connecting folks together. Very easygoing, very smooth when it comes to dealing with others. It's hard to not like a Sagittarius. And in this particular case, what we have to deal with is, first up, the Six of Pentacles. Six of Pentacles looks like we're dealing with a shifting of resources. A shifting of resources. Astrologically speaking, the Six of Pentacles is going to deal with the moon in Taurus. So when we think about the moon, you can think of expected change. You know it's going to be full. You know 2 weeks later it's going to be new. It's expected to, it's change, but it's expected change. It's rhythm. It's pattern. Taurus is extremely consistent, reliable, durable, right? So what happens when you can understand life as a pattern, as a system, you know what to do, when to do it, and you do it. It almost automatically puts you in a position to be able to oversee your life, right? Because a lot of us kind of get worried when we don't know what to expect. We don't know what's coming. But if you ever met somebody who kind of has their life down to just a set of patterns, they are not worried about anything. They're not panicking. They're not scrambling and scraping. Next, we have the Nine of Pentacles, one of my favorite cards. The Nine of Pentacles. Now, when you see this, what do you see? This woman is enjoying luxury. She's chilling like nobody has ever chilled before. Walking amidst her garden, hanging out with her pet bird. And you know it's her pet bird because he's got that headpiece and her glove. Like she's training animals. She's not stressed out whatsoever. She's just living her life, doing her thing. And the Nine of Pentacles is represented by Venus in Virgo. Those signs go together because earlier I mentioned how Virgo pays attention to the details. Virgo pays attention to the details. And Venus has a lot to do with luxury. Look at her dress. You see all the Venus signs all over it. Virgo pays attention to the details, and Venus has everything to do with luxury, with comfort, good food. Alchemy Gold says she living her best life. Exactly. And third, we have the moon. Now, often you'll see that the moon means deception, and I'll tell you why. It means deception because Although the full moon shines brightly, science tells us that the light is borrowed from the sun. So we might see the brightness of the full moon, but if we attribute the light to the moon itself, we will be deceived. It's about understanding that there might be more to the picture than you have realized. So, predictable patterns and taking advantage of those patterns, living in a specific state of opulence, living your best life. Caution not to be deceived by something glittering and sparkling and thinking that the light and the shine is coming from the object itself. Let's distill it one more time. Let's distill it one more time. It seems like you have entered a state where you've been paying more attention to how people move, to how you move, to how life works. And in paying attention to that, you began to adjust yourself and pivot and place yourself in a position to start to reap the things that you want to reap, right? If there's certain things that are lacking in your life, you've been paying attention. You've been watching folks. You've been watching people who are successful. You've been watching people who are doing what you want to do. You've been watching the patterns of the life that you want to have for yourself. And you've started to put yourself in position to receive some of that. And it seems like one of the dangers that might lie in the cracks of this particular lesson that you're going through is the misattribution of the shine. All that glitters is gold, they say. Just understand that you're on the right track when it comes to modeling. And what I mean by modeling is you're on the right track by following success, right? They say success leaves clues. You're on the right track of what you're doing as far as studying people and things or whatever it is that you're studying that's going to lead you to where you want to go. You're on the right track with that. But don't get don't fall into idolizing. Don't fall into thinking that maybe a specific person is just more special than anyone else. Don't go thinking that whatever they're doing is just so special that it only works for them. Don't look at the light of the moon and think that it's coming from the moon. Let me know if that makes sense for you so far. And for those of you who have Sagittarius in your first house or Sagittarius ascendant, that means that Leo is in your ninth house. That means that right now you're undergoing a certain rejuvenation of your particular spiritual path, rejuvenation of your beliefs, rejuvenation of what you consider next level information, right? Alternatively, if that does not pan out for you as a Sagittarius ascendant, you might be looking at traveling to somewhere that you haven't been before, taking a trip, taking a vacation. Natural Sister says right on point. All right. So, following these patterns, doing the thing, being careful not to get confused as far as where the actual light is coming from. Page of Pentacles. When I see the page, I see the student. I see the student. To be more specific, and I want you to go ahead and correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. That way I can know if I'm going in the right direction. It looks like when I say that you're modeling somebody, when you're studying somebody, are you studying somebody that's wealthy? Are you studying wealth right now? Like, are you following a millionaire? Like, are you trying to learn how to do business? Or are you studying somebody who has a bunch of money and they're trying to show you how to make money? Is that what you're looking at? Let me know. I feel bold and I almost want to guess who it is, but one thing I know is to stop when you're ahead. But in my mind, I feel like I know who it is you're watching. I'll be super honest though. If you type in the chat the people that you're studying, I'll let you know if my thought was correct or if I was totally off point. But I feel like I know who it is that you're watching. Hakeem Lamidi says she has a lot of pentacles in her reading. Right, that's why I said like she's studying wealth, she's studying money, she's looking at what I'm saying, how to improve her finances. Yeah. Okay, she says two people. But yeah, if you put in the chat, if I got it wrong, I will tell you. But if I got it right, I'll let you know. All right. See, and that's why I said stop when you're ahead. Because my brother studies crypto bully. I don't think I've heard of Simone Bees, but he might study her too. But no, that's not who I was thinking. So good. Cool. Anyways, crypto, boom, boom, boom. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Hey, Hakeem Lamidi says she'll get there. See, that's who you want to talk to when it comes to crypto. Hakeem Lamidi knows a thing or two. Boom, more pentacles. Three of Pentacles. You're building something. So you specifically, you're not just trying to get money for the sake of getting money. You're not just trying to accumulate money for the sake of accumulating money. There's something you're trying to build. There's something that you're trying to put together. There's something that you're trying to structure and create. Now, I don't know if you're trying to build something for maybe people who are misfortunate. I don't know if you're trying to build something for your personal family, or you want to accumulate wealth to build something that you feel is very important, something that's very close to your heart, something that's very close to your heart. And I can understand that, right? And I think that's really cool because accumulating wealth for wealth's sake is not as strong as accumulating wealth because of the people you care about. And it looks like that's your motive. It looks like that's your motive. By the way, the Three of Pentacles is ruled by Mars and Capricorn. So your hard work is focused in a particular direction. Like I said, you're building something. Your hard work is focused, and Mars is an accelerant. Mars accelerates. So you're building something for a particular reason. Boom. The Eight of Cups. It's something you had to walk away from in order to pursue this. There's something you had to walk away from in order to pursue this. Maybe the people around you didn't believe in what you're doing. Maybe somebody else tried this and failed and they think that you're going to fail too. Maybe you had to lose something in order to go this route. In any case, the 8 of cups is Saturn and Pisces. There were some dreams that had to be snipped, cut, sliced, put away. There were some dreams that you had to lay down. Notice again, we've got the moon. And this time, you see the sun there. So what that's showing is, and check this out. This is really cool. What that's showing is, see the moon and the sun together? That's showing that you see the light of the moon, but you realize it ain't coming from the moon. In other words, it's like having this hero, this celebrity, and then you meet them and you realize they are not what you thought they were. You're seeing through the illusion. And that's what caused the separation. Oh. Oh. I get it. I get it. I get it. St. Michael's Coaching Corner said, just published my first video for Lionsgate. Thank you for the confidence boost. Hey, man, send it to me on Instagram. I will absolutely, most definitely watch it. Send it to me on Instagram if you want to. If you want to. If you feel comfortable doing that. St. Michael's Coaching Corner says, sounds like when I met Hulk Hogan 2 weeks ago, and he was kind of a jerk. The child in me was so let down. I don't ever want to feel that feeling. I don't. I don't want to feel that, and I don't want to give that. That's why I don't answer DMs. Just kidding. But no, I get it. I get it. I know the feeling, man. And I know it, like, and honestly, I think it takes a certain level of mental control to separate the fantasy from the reality, right? There's a lot of people that we idolize. Like, come on, like, I know we're not supposed to, but as human beings, we idolize others, especially if we see someone who is doing what we want to do. We idolize them, and it can be useful and appropriate because it can lead us. It can lead us towards that thing that we're looking for. Gizmo, peace. Have a good night. Have a good night. You only got a couple more days. Just hang in there. You'll be fine. Y'all, Micah says the mic giving our mages a what is it with this lisp? Like, is it the mic? Like, y'all keep saying it's the mic. I'm using the mic off my phone. My phone. Maybe I need to change. I don't know. I don't know. But anyways, like I was saying, you gotta sacrifice when it comes to this understanding of uh when it comes to this understanding of fantasy and reality, right? Some things are best kept in fantasy and keep it there. And understand when it comes to reality, it's not the same. If you can play that game of hopscotch, you'll be all right. Fluffer and succotash. What's with this lisp stuff y'all talking about? I'm not doing anything different. Hakeem Lamidi says, and also it's a good time learning what she's learning because whoever becomes president will gravitate towards crypto a great deal, and that's when that handwork will pay off. Political conversation detected. I'm gonna have to listen to this live stream afterwards because I'm gonna start talking with a lisp on purpose, and then I'm gonna gaslight you and say I don't know what you're talking about. Success is super important. Success is super important. Together, we can seriously succeed in so many superficial scenarios. You know what's betrayal? Betrayal is when you open up your phone and it says like 75% battery, and then all of a sudden it jumps down to 1% and then cuts off. Oh, you motherfucker. You lied to me and I don't like it. That's so disrespectful. All right, so what do you think about this so far? You know what? Uh, uh, this is why I do extra cars, like bonus, whatever. Because what I'm seeing right here, it delineates the situation, but it doesn't really give a it doesn't really give a next step, right? We got that. You're into crypto. You're trying to learn. You're doing your thing. You had to give up some stuff. I get it. But let's check that out. Let's see if there's something that we can do moving forward. How you doing, iPhone? Yeah, man. I'm at 70. I'm at 75%, man. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Cool, man. Cool. I'm at 2%. Motherfucker. 2%. Lord have mercy. Obviously, I need to meet you before I go to the hospital. There's some bullshit going on. You say you a new deacon? Damn sure is. You know what, man? I know I said 75%, but I'm actually 2%. Plug me in. Plug me in. Jake. Jake, give me the wall charger. Give me the wall charger, Jake. I need that wall charger. MC Maestro, peace, bro. Peace. That's my evidence. You want to go to jail or you want to go home? I want to go home, Jake. Give me the money and let me go home. All right. All right. All right. Last two. Seven of Swords. A little bit more deception. A little bit more deception. Three of Wands. Standing on business. From now on, hear me out. Listen close. Everybody pay attention. From now on, the Three of Wands is the standing on business card. Look at them. Look at them. This is the standing on business card. So let's check this out. With the Seven of Swords, we're dealing with the moon and Aquarius. Aquarius is a fixed sign, somewhat detached, but extremely observant of everything. So, with the moon being there, again, I said before, the moon deals with consistent and predictable change. You're in a position where you can see people moving how they move. You might have somebody in your family that is very positive towards you, and then they go to negative. Like you might be able to watch people's actions as they shift and they change and they move towards you and away from you, and you're able to pinpoint and see what it's all about. Okay, these people act this way because I got this or whatever. Okay, I see they acting like this because of that or whatever. The Seven of Swords, we're dealing with deception because if you believe that type of person based on what they say, you will be deceived. I mean, look, I don't hate anybody. I don't put anybody, you know what I'm saying, in that enemy category. I observe their behavior, I observe their patterns. And when you know that somebody acts the way that they do, you don't take it personally. Some folks are fickle, some folks are materialistic, some folks are just plain unintelligent. But either way, Aquarius, with the moon there, you're able to observe and witness from a detached perspective. Don't be deceived by the other people's actions. Three of Wands, standing on business. Look at them. Look at them. This is the sun in Aries. This is the sun in Aries. So we're dealing with your personality, we're dealing with your ego, we're dealing with how you see yourself. And obviously, you're in a place right now, natural sister, you're in a place right now where you're saying, okay, I know what I have, I know where I want to go, and I'm hitting the gas. Let's do it. That's all you need. Keep that. Now is the season for that. Keep that. Pedal to the metal, right? That means you squeeze the gas pedal all the way down to the floor, pedal to the metal, full speed ahead. Go. Go. Do your thing. Do your thing. That's what time it is. That's what we got. I'm standing on business, right? For sure. Cool, cool. Cool, right? That's what I pulled. That's the energy that's around you right now. Sagittarius, Aquarius rising, Taurus moon. So Aquarius rising means that this Leo sun is right now in your house of relationships, right? Examine your relationships. Take a look at that. Take a look at that. The moon's in Virgo right now. Look at other people's influence on your life, whether it's other people's money, right? We're talking about crypto. That's crypto belongs in the eighth house. Other people's money, karmic debts, inheritance, right? Take a look at that. Examine that. That's where we are. Natural Sister says, "Are you gonna tell me who you thought I was following? You're just looking to see who I'm following about that subject matter." I was thinking a fellow by the name of Myron Golden. That's Myron. But I was incorrect. But if you'd like to look up Myron Golden, I think that would be that'd be on brand for you. You might enjoy that. You might like that. Check out Myron Golden. I saw him in person once. He's a cool dude. I saw him in person, like face to face, and then I saw him on stage. He did like a separate private meeting. But anyways, that's not what we're here for. Oops. Let's see what we got next. MC Maestro, I got you. Got you. Society Ejects, you are next. Society Ejects, let me know if you're here. And if you're here, give me your sun, your moon, your ascendant. Oh my gosh. Natural Sister says, Travis, the reading was the most accurate reading I've had. Love. That's great. That's great. That's great. I am very, very glad. That's what I do, man. You got to read these symbols. You got to read the symbols. They tell you everything. Read the symbols. They tell you everything. Lean not to your own understanding, as the Bible says. The Bible says. All right, Society Ejects. Let's see what we got. Capri Sun. Capri Sun. So right now, for you, Society Ejects, the sun's in your 11th house. That's the house of friends, it's the house of blessings and good fortune, and what other people can do for you out of their own free will, right? You get the general gist of it. That's where the sun is for you. So you're probably experiencing some of that. You're probably experiencing some people who maybe bless you with something. Maybe somebody brought you some delicious food. Maybe somebody loaned you some money. Maybe somebody gave you something really nice. Like, what? I don't know what kind of friends you have, but perhaps there's some activity when it comes to other people's resources in your life. And when we're dealing with the moon for you, that's in your 12th house. That's the house of the subconscious mind, the house of unseen things, the house of secret. So I wonder what's going on there. Oh man, that's great. Society just says, LOL, yep, one just loaned me some money yesterday. Now look, I could say, damn, I'm good, but what I'm gonna say is the truth. All these symbols point to a story. Like, just look at the numbers, look at the symbols. Like, It all is telling, like, if you learn to read astrology, you can see what's happening in your life. It now, how specific it is, it depends on you and how good you are. But you can see, like, as you can see, I'm kind of general here. I'm kind of just throwing out different suggestions and scenarios. But I'm telling you, I've given you books. You know how to look for books yourself. Learn the astrology. Learn the astrology. Alchemy Gold says, look at those horns. Very nice. The Capricorn people I know have a mysterious aura, a very mysterious aura to me. Maybe it's because they're so well put together and they know what they want. And like that energy is so foreign to me that I look at it in awe. But yeah, Capricorn people, they have this mysterious aura. It's like they're serious, but it's like they know how to have fun. And it's like I'm looking at the seriousness, so the fun takes me by surprise. You know what I mean? Society Eject says, "LOL." People describe me as super weird. They can't read me. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's something about Capricorn. It's like the first thing you get is how serious they are, but when they smile and tell jokes, it's like, that's so strange. I thought you were cold blooded. Richard Tracy says, "What is that deck called with the zodiacs? It's super cool looking." Hey man, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't remember the name of it, but after this live stream, I will send you a picture of the card deck so you can get it yourself. And if you want to just send me a message right now to remind me of that, go forward. But I don't remember the name. It's like Barbary, something like that. If Sunshine Chick is still here, she knows the link. But send me a message. I'll send you the deck. Okay. Timon, peace. Timon says, yeah, I get that vibe too. I come off serious and intimidating, but then I can be goofy when you get to know me. Yeah, I don't know why it's so confusing with Capricorn. I don't know why, and it could be because of my sign. It could be because of who I am. But let's get this reading. All right, and you said general, so let's do it. Capri Sun. I bought my son 2 boxes of Capri Sun, thinking like, okay, this is like little kid juice. Every little kid in the world drinks Capri Sun. They love it. That boy ain't give a damn about them Capri Suns. That box sat in my darn cupboard for months. I had to drink them all. That boy ain't give a damn for Capri Sun. Third-eyed nomad. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. How many of y'all still drink Capri Sun in your wise age? In your mature age? The star. In general, there's something that you're hoping for. There's something that you have your heart set on. And I tell you what, this card is the representation of what star sign? Your first house. So there's something that you're hoping for that has to do with your personality, that has to do with yourself, your identity, maybe your body. Maybe you're trying to hit the gym right now to lose some weight. Maybe you're hoping that a new employer will hire you based on how you present yourself. There's something new that you're trying to present yourself with. There's some sort of hope that you have about your self identity right now. As always, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a certain level of crossed fingers, and I hope this works out. And looks like a famas, something that you really want to happen right now, and it seems like it's based on your identity. Knight of Swords, rushing into battle, head strong, face first, front line. The Knight of Swords is a type of air energy that is not going to hesitate. So, as you said right there, yep, losing weight and kicking cigarettes. Okay, awesome, awesome. And hell, the cigarettes deals with this Knight of Swords. But I was gonna say this: nothing spurs you into action about your health other than a threat to some kind of danger. For example, the doctor might say, "Hey, if you don't quit doing X, Y, Z, this is gonna happen," or "You need to start doing this, or else this is gonna happen." Right? Nothing spurs us into action than some kind of threat to our safety or the safety of our loved ones. Right? Nothing kicks us into high gear like this. So here we're dealing with the Knight of Swords, something that is lit a fire up under your ass and you are moving. And look at how the horse and the rider is charging towards this new hope. A new hope, right? Star Wars, a new hope. A new hope. Let's keep it going. And look, first let's analyze how this guy's facing away from all that. How this guy's facing away from all that. He's not even a part of this. The Eight of Swords, excuse me, the Eight of Pentacles, astrologically is dealing with the sun in Virgo. So once again, Virgo is making her presence known tonight. This has to do with detail, paying attention. So the sun, right? Let's get it now. The sun deals with the personality, deals with the ego, deals with self-presentation. There's something about you that you've been so focused on, working on, and building and getting right, and you've just been so die hard about trying to do something specific. Meanwhile, meanwhile, here we have your ascendant. Behind all this work, behind all this work, your ascendant has a different story going. So this is one of the reasons why I asked for these three signs, because each one of these signs are three aspects of ourselves. One of these aspects is very public facing. One of these aspects is very secret. Well, let me say that again. One of these aspects is very public facing. One of these aspects is very secret, and one of these aspects is how we see ourselves. Now, publicly facing, this is that whole lose weight, hope for a better physical. That's the public facing. And you know what? Maybe you're not entirely doing it for yourself. Maybe you are, but I'm just going off of this. Maybe you're not entirely doing it for yourself. Maybe you're doing it because of what someone else might think. And here with this sun in Virgo, right, the Capricorn aspect, it seems like there's a lot of hard work dedicated to building something you've been spending your time on for a long time. Something you've been spending your time on for a long time. Nooney's Universe says I can hear the lisp. Well, fuck it. I got a lisp now. Deal with it. Now I have a lisp. Suffer and succotash. Here, that's the way it is from now on. Maybe I've always had a lisp and you never noticed it. And you never noticed it. Now, Kith. film and business. Okay. Yes, the partnership card. So the Two of Cups. We're dealing with a mutual exchange. We're dealing with an exchange on a level of the emotions. This card is represented by Venus in Cancer. Venus in Cancer. Cancer is the maternal sign. She has to do with the home. She has to do with family. She even has to do with generational karma. So with Venus there, there's a lot of sensual appreciation for these things. A sensual appreciation for the home, a sensual appreciation for family, a sensual appreciation for the karmic debt. In other words, attachment. The Ace of Wands. Oh yeah, Alchemy Gold. Great, great, good eye sniper. She says, and the lion in the center. Yeah, yeah. And a couple of other things in the center, but you know, the Leo season part stands out right now. The Leo season part stands out right now. Ace of Wands. So we're dealing with new energy, new inspiration. Just like what I said before, the card is placed right up under the Knight of Swords. Nothing really kicks you into gear. Nothing lights a fire up under your ass other than a sign that things are going to change in a way that is not useful and inappropriate. And that's what you have to find out, like as an adult, you right now, what you have to find out, all of us, is are we inspired by the promise of pleasure or the threat of pain? There's three kinds of people. Some people are inspired by the promise of pleasure, some people are inspired by the threat of pain, and some people are kind of just 50-50. Look back at your life and look at all the moments when you've been inspired to move, and look at what the impetus was. Was it the promise of pleasure or the threat of pain? Fire has been lit. Six of Swords. So for you, there's a lot of sword energy, I would say. Two swords, one pentacle, one cup, one wand. So we're very balanced here energy wise. But the Six of Swords astrologically is Mercury and Aquarius. Mercury and Aquarius. So we talked before about how Aquarius, which is your rising, is very humanitarian, thinking of the utopia, wanting everything to be all right for everybody. Mercury being the communicator, quickly moving, fast. When I said that maybe you're not doing this for yourself, but there might be other factors included, now that I'm looking at it, it might not be so selfish as far as, oh, I'm trying to do this so so and so will look at me in a better light, but perhaps you're changing your lifestyle so that you can be there to support the people that you care about, so that you can be present, right? Maybe you're thinking ahead. Maybe this whole lifestyle change for you has been focused and centered on the idea of, I want to make sure that I'm going to be there. You want to be the guy who has the oar pushing the boat forward. All right. So let's do this. Let's do this. There's the moon again. Borrowed light. Borrowed light. Borrowed light. Let's keep what's important important. Be not deceived, right? Let's keep what's important important. Let's not get sidetracked by the flashing lights, by the stories, by the tall tales, by the presentations. There's sunlight and there's moonlight. Both can show you where you're walking. And if you're just walking, doesn't matter. But if you're trying to get vitamin D, you're probably not going to get it from the moon. And if you really care about learning magic, you're going to go to an authentic teacher like Travis Magus. But if you don't care that deep and you just want to know what demon do I summon, what candle do I use, you can really listen to anybody, all right? Because I'll tell you the general stuff. So in your case, what's important and are you getting the right information? Maybe specifically with the weight loss journey, the quitting smoking or whatever, are you getting the right information from the right people? Or are you getting general information for everybody? And finally, Ace of Cups, back again. Ace of Cups. New emotion. New emotions. New emotions. As always, when you change your pattern, when you change your routine, when you do something new, this is going to invoke different feelings, different thoughts, but in your case, different feelings. And maybe the feeling, the emotion, is the key to push you through this change, this process, this development, this evolution. Maybe if you feel yourself wanting to fall back, make sure that at the same time, you feel the reason as to why you made the decision in the first place. I got you, Maestro. We're gonna do it. I'll send you the timestamp. I'll send you the timestamp. But hey, man, hard working. I understand. Working hard. Do what you got to do. Yeah, a lot of water present, even if it's just indirectly. Boom, 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 boom. The digital alchemist says, "Okay, I'm finally all caught up." How many people are in line for a reading? So, after this, we've got Monique, which is one, Nooney's Universe, MC Maestro, and then you, Monique, Nooney's Universe, Maestro. All right, so let me know what you think about that, Society Ejects. Let me know if that was helpful. Let me know if that was not helpful. And I don't know what the hell y'all are talking about with this lisp business. I think y'all are just trolling. Could it be? Could it be that my own chat is trolling me? Preposterous. Preposterous. Okay. Awesome. Awesome. Hey, check it out, Society Ejects. That's a lot of water. That's a lot of water, Monique. Nooney's Universe says, low key, I thought you were trolling for a sec. Reverse Uno card. Listen, speaking of filmmaking and stuff, one of my favorite scenes is in the beginning of, well, at least in Willy Wonka, like the original Willy Wonka, when they first meet him. Maybe you know what I'm about to say, maybe you don't. But when they first meet Willy Wonka, he comes out of his factory and he's limping with a cane, and it's like he's struggling to walk, and there's all these happy kids at the gate ready to receive their prize, and he's like limping and making his way over there, very troubling. Then he stands still and he drops his cane and he does like a front flip somersault and jumps up happy and starts walking regular, and everybody's so happy to see him. And while that might not seem like anything, like, he just laid down some NLP. Like, nobody saw it. He laid down some NLP. From that moment, you can't tell if this man is like serious or joking. You don't know if he's telling the truth or if he's making some shit up. Like, your entire experience with Willy Wonka is cognitive dissonance, and that was his introduction. I admire that. I love that. From the get-go, you don't know. So like, you have to pay attention. Like, you have to kind of like suss it out. Is it real? Is it not real? Like, it keeps you on your toes, right? It keeps you on your toes. Society Eject says the whole movie played out like that, right? Like, people miss that, but you didn't. Here's the thing: you didn't miss that because you thought that too. It was just subconscious. You're thinking, oh, he's limping, he's crippled. Then he does a somersault. Oh, okay, he's normal. Well, what's real? What's not real? So if your mind is in that limbo state of what's real and what's not real, it's like the whole time you're okay. Enough, Monique. So we're gonna do a general reading for you. Monique says I have lots of air in my chart. No earth. Oh my goodness, no earth. That might be why we get along. Okay, we'll do general. Interesting. It's easier when I do it close to my chest. Hey, on my Thursday live stream about a week ago, I played a mantra. How many people found that mantra? And how many people meditated to that mantra? I tell you what, when she dropped that mantra, I did not turn that thing off for at least 32 hours. For at least a day and a half, 36 hours. That mantra was epic. She broke her foot off in that. All right, here we go. General reading. Ace of Cups has made a return. Ace, we're dealing with the Akashic energy. We're dealing with a certain newness, freshness. I like to think of the stem cell, the Akashic aspect of water, which can either translate to emotional love or psychic ability. Now, with your sun being Pisces and your moon being Scorpio, it's a real toss up. That's a lot of water. And I want to lean towards the psychic aspect, but it could equally be romantic. There's some newness, newness that's been stirring up. And this is something that has been very recent, very important, at the forefront. Let's see what the other cards have to say with this. The Chariot, another water card. Can somebody tell me what astrological sign the Chariot card represents? Because while we're dealing with movement and circulation, there's a reason they call it the Chariot, because chariots move, but it's not just that. We're also dealing with a happy home. We're dealing with a environment that is very comfortable, very peaceful, an environment that is very safe, very safe. That's the key word. And if you don't know, the Chariot card represents Cancer, the sign Cancer, which is the third water sign. You got Pisces, Scorpio. This represents Cancer. So maybe this is an overlooked aspect of your life. With your rising sign being Sagittarius, Cancer is your eighth house. Cancer is your eighth house. Normally, Cancer rules home and your immediate family, but in this case, the eighth house represents other people's influence on your life as far as lending you money, like I said, karmic debt, inheritance, even sex. It deals with other people pushing into your life. And you said that North Node is in Cancer in the eighth house. Yeah, so Cancer, eighth house. That's what this is about. There's movement happening there. There's movement happening there. Let's do the third one. The Hierophant, structure. Structure. So a good example when I say structure is somebody who has entered a new religion, somebody who's entered the military, somebody who's joined a job that has a very strict protocol. When I say the Hierophant, what we're dealing with is you've entered into a place where there are rules that have to be followed. Now, this is not necessarily a bad thing. For somebody like me, when I hear rules and structure, I'm already offended, right? I've already got my fist balled up. But some people they look for that, they cherish that, right? They're looking for that. So when I see the Hierophant, I'm seeing structure. There's some type of structure. Maybe you've entered into a new club, a new group, you've gotten into something new. So just to kind of run it back, you got some new feelings that are stirring up. Maybe it's feelings that are caused by a new person in your life, or your studies have led you to opening and unlocking a new psychic aspect of yourself. And maybe that's why you're here tonight. And hell, it could be both, right? I have met people who have opened up certain subtle senses of my Subtle senses of myself. I have certainly been in relationships with women who might not know these books like I know the books, but they could teach me a thing or two about astral projection. So perhaps you've met somebody who has served to help open up those aspects, or you've been working on that yourself. In any case, there is movement here in the eighth house. There's movement in the realm of other people's gratitude towards you. And it looks like you've entered into some type of structured phenomena, some system. Like I said, it could be the military, it could be some type of new job, some new experience of order. Let's keep going. Praying mantis, peace, peace. I got you. Jesus Christ lives, says Jesus Christ delivered me from witchcraft, and he can deliver you too. I'm glad somebody can save me because I damn sure ain't want to save myself. I got to go to work tomorrow. I can't save myself. Okay, Cryptic. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I remember you. I know your name. Listen, I'm too busy to do any kind of saving. All right. I got work in the morning. They talk about mandatory holiday. Listen, I'll leave the saving to the experts. All right, so let's get to your next three. Ooh, the hope card. The hope card. So look, new emotions, movement in the realm of other people's influence, a new discipline, a new structure on your life. So you've got a very good reason to hope and believe in a better future. A very good reason to expect good things to come. What is hope, anyways? Hope is the expectation that something positive is coming through. And speaking of coming through, we just pulled this homeboy. Speaking of something coming through, the Knight of Swords is coming through 100% pedal to the metal, full speed ahead. No hesitation and no obstacle will stop the Knight of Swords. Now, before I pulled a card of three women celebrating, and this time I pull a card of two people celebrating. This is the Four of Wands. And the Four of Wands is represented by Venus and Aries. One thing about Venus, Venus loves, loves, loves beautiful things, comfort, pleasure, joy, sensuality. Venus loves beautiful things. And Aries, like this card, moves full speed ahead. Aries goes forward without stop. So imagine going full speed at enjoying the goodness of life. This is what's yours. Enjoying the goodness of life without hesitation, without obstacle, without anything stopping you, moving forward into pleasure. And I'm saying it like this because for me and for a lot of people that I know, we felt like this card has to be earned. Like you have to hurt yourself. When I say earned, I mean like we felt like we had to hurt ourselves. We had to suffer before we can feel good, right? Just like this guy, Jesus Christ lives. We feel like we were sinners. We've been programmed that we were bad, we failed, and we have to earn love. But the truth of the matter is, you shift into it. You shift into a space where it comes to you because you are it. Where you vibrate is the reality you attract, is the environment that you attract. So where you are and what you have right now, it's because you've been vibrating there. You can say Jesus Christ delivered me and loves me. You can say that all you want. But if you're vibrating at a depressed and hurt place, your life is depressed and hurt. And what I'm saying here, right now with this reading, is that you've opened your heart. You begin to move when it comes to relationships and dealing with people. You've added some discipline and some structure to your life, whether that's imposed from the outside or whether you just stood up and said, you know what, I'm going to do this, right? Either way, discipline has been imposed, right? And with a foundation of discipline, you can have the hope and the expectation of goodness quickly, right? You can have, see, a lot of our parents in the older generations were trained to believe that if you work for some company, you'll be able to enjoy retirement after about 30, 40, 50 years, right? Work your years away and we'll give you a pen and a couple of dollars to buy cat food. But what you've come to understand is that you can have retirement now, in a manner of speaking. You can enjoy it now if you get it, if you move towards it. Movement, right? Hope, right? Celebrate through the discipline. Celebrate through the discipline. You're making choices today for yourself tomorrow. You can rejoice in that. You can rejoice in that. Ultimately, ultimately, settle this battle that you've got going on. Settle this fight. Settle this battle. Once again, the Five of Wands is Saturn in Leo. Settle this battle. Whatever this fight is that you're dealing with, whoever you're contending with, parents, family, whoever you're contending with, let's go ahead and move past that. Like that dimension, you've phased out of it. It doesn't matter. Like there's no reason to even play that game anymore. And ultimately, there's 76 cards in this deck, and there's nothing but goodness here. King of Pentacles. This man calls the shots from a place of massive wealth. What would you do right now? Like imagine right now, Monique, you had a bank account full. Bank account full. I'm talking about gluttony full. You can't spend it all today. You can't spend it all. You couldn't spend it all today if you tried your hardest. Having that amount of money, what decisions would you make right now? Because you have decisions right now that you're making. We all do. You're deciding what to do next about this, what to do next about that. How would you make those decisions if the account was filled to the brim? How would you make decisions if the account was filled to the brim? That's your meditation right now. How would you make your decisions if you were living in abundance, completely fulfilled? How would you move differently? That's your meditation. Now, Monique, please let me know if that resonated with you. Let me know if that made sense. Let me know if anything I said here was incorrect, if it doesn't line up with your experience. And let me know if I still got the Daffy Duck lisp. I'm ready to fight. Y'all done got me offended. Y'all done got me offended. Worse than that guy who commented and called me Lil Nas X. Damn, Trev, you don't went Lil Nas X. Like, what does that even mean, dude? Like, what? I don't rap. I didn't wear devil horns. Like, what are you talking about? What stretch of the mind did you attempt in order to say that? What are you really trying to say? Of course, I confronted him and he had nothing to say about it, as usual. But y'all done got me more offended than that, calling me Daffy Duck. Monique says definitely a shift has taken place and releasing tension with certain family to stay in my vibration. Makes sense. Makes sense. What demon do I summon? What candle do I use? I'm gonna be honest, I haven't been getting those questions lately and I kind of miss them. Maybe it's because I haven't done videos about demons lately. Do I need to get back into the demon videos, y'all? Do I need to get back into the demon videos? Is that what I need to do? What demon do I summon? What candle do I use in order to pay rent next month? Oh, no, no, excuse me. In order to pay rent this week. I can't give you all my secrets. Funny enough, I know what candle to use and what demon to summon to pay rent next week. And his name is John Cena. Nooney's Universe, you are up next. Why that man call me Lil Nas X, y'all? Why you do me like that? And his name is John Cena. Be to God. Peace. Peace, peace. Nooney's Universe. Did you already give me your data, or do I need to scroll up, or did you not? Alchemy Gold says I went to Target and saw Beetlejuice figures everywhere. Panic said Beetlejuice blew up and sprayed his goodness all over the earth. So I mean, where are my dogs at? All right, I see you. I see you, Nooney's Universe. Oh, look at you, Leo rising. The sun's in your first house right now. The sun's in your first house right now. So we're dealing with self, identity, body conception, right? That's a work in progress for you right now. You're doing that mirror work that I talked about. Maybe you're changing your style, changing how you present yourself. In any case, you got a new moon in the realm of money and possessions and resources. Doing something new with investments? Are you investing in something new? Did you purchase something that you're hoping is gonna pay for your future? Did you invest in something that you're hoping is gonna fulfill you later on? chat. Tony, peace, peace. John Cena. Alchemy Gold says, stared at the mirror so long until I morphed. I love it. I do it too, man. I look at myself in the mirror when I wake up, and then after about an hour, I look in the mirror and I'm a different person. Like, it takes me about an hour to like shift into myself. I look younger like an hour after I wake up. Three-Eyed Nomad asks, Trav, could you please share the music that is playing in the background with us, please? Yes. The answer is yes. But here's what you gotta understand. I'm streaming from my phone. So it's like, in order for me to get the link, I'd have to jump through a couple of hoops. But if you just wait here, I'll post it in the chat. How's that? Somebody help CJ. Somebody help CJ. I'll be right back. Help CJ. Okay. Hold on. Let me find this video. Oh my God. Maybe later then. Okay. Hopefully y'all helped CJ out. because if you don't know, CJ Brother Panic's channel was completely taken off of YouTube. However, we did find another channel that posts a lot of Panic's stuff. So I don't know if you got that memo when I posted it or when Matthew Watson posted it, but we found the channel. I don't remember what it's called off the top of my head, but there is a channel that has Panic's stuff. If anybody knows it, please post it in the chat. Okay. Louis says it's a 3-part series and it explains the death process that Panic was telling us about in that video. Now, I do recall that on that channel that I'm talking about, they did post at least one of those videos. So if anybody remembers off the top of their head what that backup Panic channel was, otherwise, I mean, I'll if you let me know at the end of this video, I'll post the link of the backup Panic channel. Does anybody not have that backup channel? That backup Panic channel? Okay. So who are we reading for now? Nooney's Universe. All right, Nooney's Universe. I know you had a specific question. Please repeat it in the chat. Okay, what's in store for me these next few weeks or months? All right, let's see. Ooh, options. This is the card of options. And here's the deal. Not only is it the card of options. Okay, so first of all, look at this guy. What do you see? What do you see here? Somebody type in the chat. When I say options and I say the 4 of Cups, what do we see here? Look at his expression. Look at those 4 cups. What do we see here? Is he gladly taking every cup that comes across him? Has he ever taken a cup before? Fat Tony said he's stuck. He don't want it. After, oh, okay, so I meditated on this last time. Like after the last reading, this card kept coming up. I meditated on it, and what I came to was patience. This is not the only card that represents patience, but it's one of them. And it's like, look, and maybe this is just me, right? Because we interpret these things as we live, right? Get it how you live. We interpret these things as we go. When I see this card, what I see is someone who has been presented options to cash in, and he thinks to himself, you know what? That looks good, but it's not exactly what I want. I'm going to hold out for exactly what I want. That's what I see here. So you might show me somebody that might be good to get involved with, but I might be like, and I might see somebody else and somebody else. But then when I see that one, sometimes you got to wait. Sometimes you got to wait. This card is about patience. You are presented with options, but sometimes there are better options if you just, if you gamble, you know what I'm talking about. The chariot has reappeared. The chariot has reappeared. We said that the chariot has to do with the sign Cancer. And Cancer rules over the home, rules over the immediate family, rules over generational karma. Now that stands out to me. When I say general karma, Nooney's universe, do you have a specific concept of that happening in your life? Is there something passed down from granddaddy to great grandpa to grandpa to dad to you, to great grandma to grandma to you? Is there something passed down? And when I see the chariot, the key word is movement, but also Cancer with the family. So think about what I said as far as generational karma moving from generation to generation. That's a type of movement. Like, can you conceptualize in your head when I say that generational karma from one family member to the next descendant to the next descendant to the next descendant? That's a movement right there. That's the movement that we're talking about with the chariot. There's a genetic movement, there's a karmic movement, there's an energetic movement that's happening. Now you're patient and you've got this energetic movement circulating. And I know with your Aries sun, you want to make a decision, you want to jump on it, you want to do the thing. But with your Virgo moon, you're experiencing somewhat of an inner conflict because it's like you want to jump forward and do it, but at the same time, you want to wait and make sure you got everything right and make sure that all the details are in place. So it's like you've got this dichotomy of being spontaneous and being analytical. Let me know if that's correct about you. You got this dichotomy of being spontaneous and being analytical. With Virgo being your second house, you're probably that way specifically about money, about your possessions, about your resources. With Aries being in your ninth house, you probably have been one of those people who have jumped from spiritual practice to spiritual practice. Maybe one day you was doing voodoo, one day you was doing tarot, one day you was doing Goetia, one day you was doing yoga. Like you've probably been through that phase, and I've been through it too, where you're jumping from system to system. Brother Panic and Bobby Hemmett, Become a Living God, and Michael W. Ford. You're jumping all over the place trying to figure out what's the truth. You've probably been through that already, which has led you to a place of saying, you know what, man, I done seen it all. I done it all. Let me just be patient and see what actually makes sense. In other words, you used to be very stimulated, but you've learned to expand beyond that stimulation to notice the patterns. That's your Virgo aspect. That's your Virgo aspect. Now look, Knight of Pentacles. Look at him. Look at him. The Knight is. Remember the previous two readings where we had the Knight of Swords and he's just rushing into battle, going full speed, no matter what. When we're dealing with the Knight of Pentacles, that's the opposite. He's not rushing anywhere. Like you're not finna get him to rush. You better tell him a couple days in advance. You better tell him a couple days. You better tell him a week in advance. You better tell him 2 weeks in advance because he might not show up. Not saying that he's unreliable. What I'm saying is that he's not in a rush. He's moving patiently. He's moving with intention. And this is what you've become. Notice how he's facing the past. Notice how he's facing the present. Notice how he's facing the future. So that's our background. What's happening for the next few weeks? Well, first of all, perhaps you're in a financial position where you're very confident, where you're very stable. Perhaps you're in a position where you have your material aspects under control. Very much so. So much so that most of your energy is dedicated to your material aspect. Now, this is the Four of Pentacles. Four of Pentacles is the Sun and Capricorn. You got your mind on your hard work. You've got your mind on your hard work, and not just your mind, but also entangled in your hands and also on your feet. Digital Alchemist says, I don't think I'm gonna make it to my reading, Travis. It's getting late. Okay, please message me on Instagram. Message me on Instagram, and I will send you the timestamp as well. Okay? Message me on Instagram. I get into these and I gotta explain it in detail. I gotta explain it in detail. But yeah, just send me a message on Instagram and I will send you the timestamp. Okay. Last two. Maybe I need to do these earlier. Maybe I need to come on at 7 o'clock. Okay, so mind on your money, money on your mind. You've come from a place of being overstimulated, which has pushed you into a position of patience, making sure that you pick the right one, not just anyone. So there's movement going on in your spirit. There's movement going on in such a way with the chariot representing Cancer. That's going to be your 12th house, your subconscious mind. There's unseen movement. There's subconscious movement. The Knight of Pentacles represents, again, patience, moving at the speed that's correct for you. Moving at the speed that's correct for you. So, after your experience and after coming into a position of moving at the right pace, you're holding on to what you got. You're not in any rush. You're holding on to what you got. For some people, that would cause stagnation and death. For others, this is fertile ground to move and to grow and to utilize what you have. Here we have the Magician card. You're able to take your experiences of the past and you have the very real opportunity to transform those experiences and those tools into the future that you so desire. Here we go. The Knight of Cups. So before we got the Knight of Pentacles, notice, like I said, he's very stiff, very stagnant, very patient. He's only going to move when he wants to, not when anybody else wants him to. Because remember, before we saw the King of Pentacles, and he's chilling. And what I asked Monique was, what decisions would you make if you had all the fulfillment of manifestation? Like you wouldn't be in any kind of rush. So that's his king. So how you think his knights are? Fully stocked. They got every. They're the knights of peacetime. They're chill. They're chill. So when we're dealing with this Knight of Cups, he's the next level up. He's moved, of course, but only by the heart. This is the knight in shining armor. This knight moves when his passions are inflamed. This knight moves when he feels like it. And I don't mean when he feels like it. I mean when his heart is stirred. When his heart is stirred. Thank you. Alchemy Gold says you get your money's worth here. He goes into detail. Well explained. I thought Travis was a Virgo at first due to details and expressions. Mooney's Universe says, I have secured some solid assets. And and this is what I'm saying, like if you've ever been broke before, you move differently than if you had money before. If you ever had money before, you move differently than when you were broke. You move differently. And when I say move, in case you don't know, you make decisions differently. You engage in your relationships differently. You communicate differently based on whether you feel like you are in abundance or if you're in lack. And when you're in abundance, you can almost smell the lack on other people. You can smell it because they behave in such a way that demonstrates I don't have it and I don't believe I'll ever have it. That's a vibration. This is the night that moves in the vibration of not only do I have it, but I will always have it. I'm good. This is the night that moves in I'm looking for the perfect experience. He's lost that feeling of stability, but he's gained the passion for life. Okay, just to put it all together. You got options, but you're being patient. You've learned to move from a place of stability. You got everything you need. Mind on my money and my money on my mind. You have all the materials to create your tomorrow. We're in limbo right now. You have the materials to create your tomorrow. And more than likely, you're going to move based on your heart. You're going to move based on some emotional, passionate impulse, influence. Something's going to stir you on the heart level. Something's going to stir you up on the heart level. And that makes sense if your rising is, if your sun is Aries. That makes sense, right? And let's do this. Something's going to stir you on the heart level. Queen of Cups. Let it happen. Let it happen. However, keep your eyes open. I'm not saying let it happen blindly, but follow it. See where it leads. See where your heart's going to take you. See where your heart's going to take you. We've got a physical, material life. We've got an emotional life. We've got a mental life, and we got a spiritual life. In this case, your emotional life is asking you to expand. You talking about the Knights of Tifereth. This is the Holy Grail right here. This is the Holy Grail. That's the Holy Grail. Alchemy Gold says Leo is led by the heart too. This is where we are right now. Right. Next is Maestro. After Maestro is Omari. Omari, are you still here? All right. Next is Maestro. Then we got the praying mantis. Listen, the praying mantis is an incredible fighter, an incredible athlete. I don't know if you want to share. I mean, some people like to kind of keep their business, but if you did want to share, you can post the link at least to your Instagram or something, because I think that you are somebody that most definitely is doing what they say they're going to do, and that's worth supporting. Imagine what you do if you had it. Okay, Maestro. I know that Maestro is not here presently, but we're gonna do his reading, and I'm gonna give him this timestamp. So what are we at right now, chat? 3 hours exactly. Oh God, 3 hours? Yeah, 3 hours exactly. That's where we are. All right, that's cool. I'll tell him to tune in exactly. Oh shit! Tell him to tune in exactly at 3 hours. Lionsgate, Lionsgate. What are you gonna manifest? What are you going to manifest for this Lionsgate? Like, what are you moving towards? What are you doing? Is this just another day for you? Because I mean, like, some people believe in it more, some people don't believe in it at all, and then some of us are in the middle, and that's okay. But what are you gonna manifest? And I'll tell you something, like, we got all these holidays from Christmas to Tooth Fairy, Easter, whatever. And you can choose to believe in any one of these or you can choose not to. Who cares? But see, belief is more important than what you choose to believe. Let me say that again. Belief is more important than what you choose to believe. The fact that you believe is the process of you exercising your creative skill. It's the fact that you're exercising how you manipulate reality. It doesn't matter if you believe in Lionsgate 8-8. I don't. However, you can use it as a tool. You can use it as a stepping stone. You can use it as an excuse to do better in life. So use it. Lionsgate, let's go. I'm all for it, right? Some people believe in it wholeheartedly, blindly, whatever, and that's great. But if I can use it towards something that is useful and appropriate, I'm gonna use it. So what are you manifesting? What are you working toward? Regardless of whether or not you believe in Lionsgate, what are you manifesting? What are you working towards? What are you working on right now? Okay, so right now, this reading is for Maestro. Queen of Cups. She has appeared. The Holy Grail. The key word here is reflection. We've got water of water. The Queen represents water. Cups represents water. We're dealing with reflection. And when I see water of water, my mind immediately goes to the subconscious mind. It goes to the unconscious mind. When it comes to our personal reality, for us to look into our reflection, our water of water, Cancer, Scorpio, we're looking into ourselves. I mentioned last week, hey, do a mirror ritual. And that's great. But after doing enough mirror rituals, you start to really see that life is a mirror. That everything that you think and everything that you feel bounces back towards you through other people and through other events. Everything that you think and everything that you feel is echoed through other people and through other scenarios. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. So when I see the Queen of Cups, I'm seeing the mirror of mirrors. Perhaps you're going through a period right now where you're really starting to see the effects of your behaviors. And this is not only supplemented, but directed by the King of Pentacles. I mentioned earlier, imagine the decisions that you would make if you had it all. Have you ever been broke? Has anybody ever been broke? Maybe just me and like two other people, but has anybody ever been broke? Let me talk about how broke. Have you ever like went to shopping for groceries and fill up your cart And then you realize, damn, I got to put some stuff back. And you sit there and you got to make that hard decision to put certain things back on the shelf. Damn, I got to put these back. Damn, I got to put those back. I really want these, but I got to put, it's either this or you ever had to sit there and decide between this or that, right? Do I want the macaroni and cheese or do I want the eggs? Like, I can only have one. How much does that hurt? Like, how embarrassing is that? Like, I guarantee that's something you've never talked about with somebody. I have, right? I've been through rough times. You ever had to sit there and just like, damn, do I pay rent this month or do I feed my kid? I gotta choose, right? Have you ever been so broke where it's like you got to really think about where your money is going? You got to cut some stuff off, and it's not that you want to; it's because you have to, right? Normally, I will sacrifice food before I let my dependents suffer, right? That's my default. If I'm ever in a hard time, my dependents ain't gonna be in a hard time, right? Have you ever been on that level? And then there's a level where you got it. Not only do you got it, but you got it exponentially. You got it like you never had it before. Not only are all the bills paid, but you've got so much more that it doesn't matter what you do. Now, of course, it matters, but I'm saying like that feeling like shit. You know what I'm saying? I need a new PlayStation. I need a new Xbox. I need some new shoes. I need some new decorations for my room, for my car. I need some new clothes. Whatever it is, and you can do all that, and it doesn't hurt. It doesn't sting. It doesn't. On one end, you've got to take away and subtract and divide and make it work, right? Well, shit, maybe if I just get this bag of potatoes, that'll last us a week, right? And then there's that other side of, well, we can go out to the Mexican restaurant 2 times this week, and then for the other 5 times, we'll go get Chinese and Indian and Italian. You know what I'm saying? Like two different mindsets. We can do this or that. We can do this and that. This is the card of this and that. All right. So for Aries or Taurus sun, for Cancer ascendant, for Scorpio moon, before you had your heart under lock and key, and you were very cautious. It seems that if, as if you're moving into a space where it's not this or that, it's a space of this and that. And I know it might still feel kind of like I've lit like all the stuff I'm talking about, I've done it. It feels weird to have it and be like, damn, like, is it right to spend this money? Is it right to get these? Like, nobody else around me has this. Should I get it too? And let me ask you this. I asked if you were broke before. Have you ever had money and bought some things and had people around you that couldn't afford it? It's not funny. I'm not laughing at that. But if you ever had some things that other people around you couldn't afford, and it's like you didn't really want them to see it because you didn't want them to get mad or you didn't want them to feel embarrassed or ashamed or anything like that. Like you ever had it, but like you kind of hide it from the people around you because you didn't want them to get jealous? You ever have that experience? Ultra Instinct says, plenty nights my kids ate and I didn't. I was good with it. Listen, man, I understand. I completely understand. And I'll do it again. I'll do it every time. If that's how it is. And because I also understand that's not forever. Like if that experience ever comes up for me, that means I did something wrong and I'll fix it. Ultra Instinct said these kids don't know the fried bologna and welfare cheese struggle. No, they don't. No, they don't. Welfare cheese wrapped in that thick. The plastic was thicker than the cheese. Oh man. Alchemy Gold says some people don't want to see you shine. Yeah, man, I remember trying to hide, you know what I'm saying? Because I simply because I didn't want to make the people around me feel bad because I'm shining and they not shining. But then again, they not doing any work to shine. But regardless of that, here's what I'm saying. There's a dichotomy when it comes to abundance. And it's not simply the stuff, it's the mindset. That's see, I was pointing out the mindset, not the stuff. It's a mindset that says, damn, I guess I'm gonna get the ramen and the potatoes and the eggs because that's gonna last me. That's a mindset versus shit, let me get this, that, and that. And I haven't tried that before. Let me get that too. That's the energy that's present right now. Let me get this, that, and that because I haven't tried it before. Eight of Wands. This is the message card. Something is on the way card. The Eight of Wands is Mercury, which is speed, and Sagittarius, the sniper. Mercury and Sagittarius. Something is on the way very specifically. And I believe I drew this card for you, Maestro, 2 readings ago, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. Something's on the way. So that means that you already got a message and you got another message on the way. Zero says, like you said, the perspective is the key. Facts. Zero facts. Is how you see it. Is how you see it. And man, like I'm really, really thinking that I'm gonna be doing an elemental magic course next. Let me know if anybody is interested in elemental magic. Because I believe that elemental magic is the key to answering like our basic problems, our basic issues. When it comes to love and the lack thereof, when it comes to money or the lack thereof, when it comes to health and like suffering or being whole, I believe that elemental magic is the key because it's the elements that compose everything. Like it's common sense. It's the elements that compose reality. And if we're suffering, then that means that our elemental forces are imbalanced. I'm thinking of doing not thinking of, I'm doing an elemental magic course here for like the everyday stuff, right? Like, I know we think about expanding our consciousness and we want to be this and we want to be that, but like, let's keep it real. We've got everyday issues that we're going through, everyday in our relationships, everyday issues in our finances, everyday issues in our health. Elemental magic is the key to harmonizing all of those things. And that has always been the case. But anyway, that's not, I mean, hell, even this tarot is elemental magic. Fire sign, earth sign, water sign, fire card, earth card, water. Like it's all elemental. And if you harmonize the elemental spirits around you, let me put it like this, because I've been studying this elemental stuff for quite a while. If you've ever had a child, if you've ever had a pet, you know that kids will be wild. You know that animals will be wild. See, I just got a cat for the first time. My parents never let me have pets, so I just got a cat. And my cat has to stick his claws and everything. He's got both the kid and the animal destroy. I'll put it this way. Everything in nature is hurtling towards what is the word? What is the word? Destruction. When things are breaking down. What's that word? When things are like falling apart. Apathy. Is it apathy? Oh my God. No, I got to stop and think of that damn word. Entropy. That's the word, entropy. Everything is hurtling towards a state of entropy, right? And that means like everything falling apart. For example, around my room, I've got like these decorations of like roses and leaves and shit. And the minute the cat gets in here, he wants to like jump up and tear everything down. Entropy is when everything is fallen down. But like order and consciousness is when you put the things up and structure it in a certain way. If you leave it alone, nature will tear it down. And imbalanced elemental spirits and imbalanced elemental forces will also lead to entropy. It will tear everything down. So you've got to organize and order and discipline the elemental spirits around you so that they don't automatically lead things to entropy, but in fact, they add to the stability of what you've built. In any case, the moon, illusion. And when I speak of illusion, when it comes to the moon, I'm speaking of understanding that the moon does not produce its own light. According to science, the moon reflects the light of the sun. So while the moon may appear to be bright and shining and full of luminance, that luminance isn't coming from the moon itself, not originated from the moon, I should say. Is there something in your life that you see as shining, that you see as bright, that you see as illuminating your path, that maybe with a little bit more of insight, you could realize that it's only a reflection of something else? A reflection of something else. Maybe that's the message that's on the way. Queen of Swords, two different queens, right? Queen of, and what's this? Okay, Four of Pentacles. So the Queen of Swords, what we're dealing with is there are plans that you've laid out. There are plans that you put together, you structured up, you thought it out, you spent nights awake trying to figure this whole thing out. But what I want you to do is to look forward. Look forward. How many of these plans are based on a foundation of this illusion? How many of these plans are based on a foundation of seeing things as they are? Because ultimately we define ourselves by what we're worth or what we perceive ourselves as being worth. What we define ourselves is by how other people see us. Because if you think about your value to the world, replace the world with other people, right? We esteem ourselves based on our status among other people. The Four of Pentacles is a card that is representing the energies of the sun and Capricorn. The sun, the personality, the ego. Capricorn is hardworking, down to earth. How do you see yourself and how do you think that other people see you? And are you holding on to that image? Normally, this would reflect on holding on to the finances. Normally, this would reflect on how you hold on to your money. But for this reading, I'm getting that you're holding on to a perception. You're holding on to what you think people see you as, holding on to what you think people expect from you. And maybe it's time to analyze how you're allocating your energy. Perhaps the foundation might be based on something that isn't providing its own light. Make decisions from the seat of power. Make decisions from the seat of power, because as long as you're making the decisions from the seat of power, the kingdom responds to you. This goes for everybody. When you're walking throughout the world, and I said this earlier, like if you're walking through the world as a slave, You're going to take what's given to you and not question it. And if you walk through reality as a king, you set the standard and reality responds to you. And at first it happens kind of slow, but it's happening. And if you stick with it, it becomes the lifestyle. So ultimately, Maestro, ultimately, be patient. Be patient in figuring yourself out. Be patient and understanding that maybe some of the choices that you made have been influenced by forces that need an update, by forces that you might not be in alignment with anymore. And if that's the case, get to work. Get to work on what you want to do, what you want to be. This Leo season is screaming about self expression. Crowley said, "Do what thou wilt." You got to do what thou wilt. All right, that's the reading. Somebody send Maestro a message and say his reading is at 3 hours on the dot. My friend that I play Fortnite with sent me this absurd clip. There's this pastor in church, and all the quote was, "Turn to your neighbor and say, 'Neighbor, he's a meat stretcher. He'll stretch your meat.'" And I'm just thinking to myself, like, at what point in the in the sermon do you have to say that? Like, what could that possibly mean? Why? Why is Jesus a meat stretcher? What do you mean he'll stretch your meat? Like, what? And I thought it was a joke at first. I thought, like, okay, well, maybe maybe that was like a weird free. No, the dude was on the pulpit in front of his congregation. Look at your neighbor and say, and then some of them was saying it too. Look at your neighbor and say, "Neighbor, he's a meat stretcher. He'll stretch your meat." What? What? No, I'm not saying that. I'm not ever saying that. I gotta hear the rest of that sermon, because how did you tangle up Jesus with that? How did you tangle up Jesus with that? How? What do you mean he'll stretch your meat? What does that even mean? Well, I tell you, they getting crazy. They getting insane. I wouldn't have believed it if I didn't. Like I said, I thought it was some kind of maybe a parody or a meme or a freestyle. No, this dude was in a pulpit in a three-piece suit, microphone in hand, screaming and sweating like barbecue ribs. Look at your neighbor and say, "Neighbor, he's a meat stretcher. He'll stretch your meat." Hallelujah. Hallelujah. I don't know about that, Pastor. I don't know about that, Pastor. I'm not looking at my neighbor in the eyes and letting that escape from my lips. Maybe you would, but that's what y'all do. I don't know. Maybe I haven't been to church in a while. Maybe I'm missing out on Christian memes. Maybe that's a Christian thing. Is that what y'all doing in the church? Y'all stretching meat? Y'all, stre- y'all stretching meat in the church? He'll stretch your meat. That might be a Christian thing. I'm out of the loop. All right. Praying mantis. Let's get it, praying mantis. Praying mantis, what is your sun, your moon, and your rising? He had on a three-piece suit, screaming into the microphone, sweating like barbecue ribs. I don't think he was talking about Jesus. He might have been talking about somebody else. You might have been talking about somebody else, not Jesus, not my Jesus, not my Jesus. My Jesus ain't stretching on me. All right, so August 15, that's Leo. He'll scratch your meat. All right, we can work with that. All right, all right. Happy early birthday, Leo season. This is your season. I don't know, man. I might post it on Instagram because that goes away after 24 hours. I don't know if I'm gonna post that on my YouTube. You know what? Yeah, I will. I'll get the clip from him and I'll post it. No context. I'll see if I can make up a clickbait title. I'll post it just so you can see. Maybe I'll title it "The Preacher Said What in Church." Yeah, yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I'll post it. Look forward tomorrow, Ultra Instinct. He'll scratch your meat. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. And after Cryptic the Praying Mantis, we will do Digital Alchemist. All right. All right. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Secret Service called me and asked me if I wanted to host Kamala Harris on the live stream. Only for you, Alchemy Gold. Eight of Cups. Eight of Cups. So, with the Eight of Cups, it seems like, as it shows here, there's something you had to walk away from. There's a circumstance, a scenario that there might have been something in it for you, but ultimately you decided that it was not a go, not what you wanted to do. This Eight of Cups astrologically is related to the Saturn and Pisces. So, Pisces representing dreams, representing vision, representing something that you'd like to happen. Saturn representing discipline, cutting, so to speak. Saturn representing you get the reward after you do the work. Whereas Pisces is you get to enjoy the reward now while you fantasize. So they're completely opposite in energy. And here we have you walking away from something that you might have thought was Okay. Are we back? C Dub. Peace, peace. Okay. Let's get back to it. Let's get back to it. So, Leo. Leo. Let's get back to it. First sign. Now, in the meantime, as I was doing your reading, look at this scary card. Terrifying. The devil. We've got this figure with bat wings, goat horns, terrible face, hairy beast legs. A man and a woman chained up by the neck loosely. What does this say to you? What do you think of this card? Black gold says protection. I can see that in a pimp kind of way, right? The way that a pimp can protect a hoe. I can see that. Praying mantis says extreme change. Zero says the animal part of the soul. So astrologically, the devil card represents Capricorn. Now, Capricorn rules the house of the career, of the public eye. It rules the house of what people see about you. Check this out. Now, I was looking, sidetrack internet stuff. I was looking into Michael Jackson, and there's like popular Michael Jackson songs, but you understand this man was a musician, so he has like an entire catalog of songs that you have never heard of. And with that being said, maybe I'll frame this a different way. I don't know. What I was getting at was that he wrote a song that included reference to a specific drug that he was found in his stomach when he died. In any case, what the devil card has to do with is hard work, yes, but how do we work that hard work? You ever been working hard, stressed out to the limit? Do you pay attention to yourself? Like, what do you do when you're stressed out? What do you do to cope? Like, some of us, of course, we retreat to alcohol or drugs. Some of us retreat to sex with as many people or as many times as we can. Some people retreat to video games. When you're really stressed out with life, what do you run to for comfort? That's what I see with this card. Like, of course, yes, Capricorn is hard work, it's focus. And you can do that. But as a human being, you need balance. And if you're not getting your balance, what are you using as a coping mechanism? What has got you chained up? Alchemy Gold says being caged by an overabundance of luxury. Yes. And what makes these cards make sense is when you're able to bring it home. That's why I'm asking you this question. When you specifically find yourself overworked, you're tired, and you keep going day after day. When people are asking you for something, when your family's asking you for something, when people are asking you the most basic of stuff, what do you run to? Because you have no more energy. When you're on E, empty, you've got nothing else to give. When you're low fuel, what do you run to charge yourself? That's this devil card. Because I think a lot of people, they don't have drug addictions because, oh, I want to have a drug addiction. Most people have a drug addiction because that's how they cope with what they're dealing with in life. So, what is it that you're coping with? How do you cope with it? Is the question. So, in this walking away from this stressful situation, what is it that you're walking into? Praying Mantis says smoking and drinking recently stopped 136 days. Bravo. Bravo to you. Bravo to you. Bravo to you, because I know that that is an experience of mastering the animal self, and it's not easy. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? Everybody would be doing it if it was easy. But man, whatever you're doing, stick with it. And let me tell you this: whatever excuse pops up that says, "Hey, let's just dip back one more time," what? Because I've been through this, man, in and out multiple times. Whatever excuse pops up and says, "Let's just go back, do it one time, it'll be all right. We're not going to get back into the habit. Let's just do it one time." Do everything you can to move in a different direction. Not once. Not once. Not once. You hear me? Luxury Newman says, is the answer to remove the thing that you run to? I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is pay attention to it. Observe it. Because you got to understand everyone's reality is built like a house of cards. Like a house of cards. And if you remove it like a Jenga stack, and if you remove too much of the foundation, the entire thing will collapse. If you've been addicted to weed for 20 years, if you stop cold turkey, that's going to affect every area of your life. So you got to be strategic with this thing. You got to be strategic with this thing. The first step is like everyone is different. The first step is to identify what is your trigger. Identify your trigger. That's the first step. And after you've identified your trigger, you change the response. You change the response. So of course you're going to be triggered by maybe a potential partner rejects you. You might be triggered by a business deal that did not work out the way you thought it would. You might be rejected because something didn't happen the way that you expected it to. You can't control that. But what you can control is what you do next. And if you can just hold out long enough to not fall back down that pathway, you'll find a new resilience. And in this particular case, what you're going to find, praying mantis, is a mastery over your emotions. Because as it seems right here, I'm working on limited information. As it seems right here, you've been presented with options and you walked away from them either by your own choice or by circumstance. And I think that sometimes you might be tempted to go back into some type of coping mechanism, whatever it may be. But the lesson here is that if you can but master your emotional reaction. You don't have to take that path. And I'll go ahead and say this, because this is on the left side as the first card, this is in the past. You might have already mastered that. You might have already gotten to the point where these painful things happen to you in your life and you decide that, okay, it hurts, but I'm not going to go back down this path. I'm going to keep my head up. I'm going to keep my head straight, especially by what you just said, especially by what you just said in the chat. 136 days. You're counting the days, dude. Like, even when I stopped, I didn't count the days. I was just like, okay, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Like, you're counting the days. That means that this is important to you. Let that number shine in your head like the brightest light that science can create, and then some, and then some. Praying Mantis says, I walked away from a fight that I felt I was being manipulated into. And how do you feel about that, man? Right? Because like every choice is not a good choice. Every choice is not the best choice. Man, everybody don't have your best interest at heart. You know that, especially when you're somebody. And don't get me wrong, you are somebody. If you're doing what you're doing, if you're living your life's path, if you're living according to your standards and you're making moves based on you, you are somebody. In your specific case, praying mantis, especially when you're somebody who has attention, of course you got people who are looking to get something off of you. You got to be wise enough to make the decision. Let's keep going. Celebration. Celebration. Three of Cups is represented by Mercury in Cancer. And what we're dealing with is movement and thought and quickness when it comes to the area of a happy home, of a safe environment, of being around people that support you. Three of Swords, heartbreak, sorrow. Three of Swords is represented by Saturn and Libra. Again, there's choices that had to be made. Somebody had to get cut off. Somebody had to get left in the rain. There are some things that you would have liked to do, but because of the way that circumstances present themselves, you had to make decisions. Knight of Cups. So be on the lookout for two things. Be on the lookout for two things. Number one, be on the lookout for an emotional connection. An emotional connection. It doesn't look like somebody that's already in your life. It looks like it might be somebody that you haven't met yet. That's number one. Number two, be on the lookout for a certain sense of psychic expansion, psychic development. Your intuition is growing. You made that last decision that you made that you mentioned here based on your intuition. Lean into that. Let your intuition be your guide. Let your intuition be your guide. Let the intuition show you where to go. As Alchemy Gold says, the Knight of Cups is the star today. Fufferin Fuckatash. So celebrate your victory. Celebrate what you have achieved. Celebrate where you are. Like, take a moment, at least, just to look back and be grateful. Because, man, that ain't never hurt anybody. Take a moment to celebrate and acknowledge the pain that is present. Acknowledge the pain that is like it's not all sugar and rainbows. Yeah, there's pain right now today. It hurts. People you trusted, people you loved, it hurts. Acknowledge it. You don't have to judge it. You don't have to, oh well fuck them, I'm gonna fuck them up. You don't have to do any of that. Just acknowledge that it exists. It's here in front of you. Take it in so much that it starts to fade away. This too shall pass. When you meditate and just allow yourself to experience pain, what you find is that the pain dissolves, it goes away. When I say there are no enemies, anyone who argues with that and gets pissed, they've never meditated before. When I say there are no enemies, what I'm saying is that when you really sit with that pain, you'll see it doesn't even belong to you. It's not yours. It's not yours. Be on the lookout. Be on the expect. When I say be on the lookout, I mean expect. Expect. New relationship and or psychic expansion. And finally, nah, come and go. This is the star. This is the star. Hard work, man. You can't beat it. You can't beat it. Stick to what you're already doing. Train, practice, study. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Eight of Pentacles. That's Sun in Virgo. That's Sun in Virgo. Sun in Virgo. All right. All right. Praying Mantis says everything was spot on. Thank you. I hope that everything works out for you, man. I hope that this next phase that you're entering into is the phase that you've wanted. Somebody in the chat says that they went ahead and looked up your link. Pork Hill said, "Is this SoundCloud?" Yeah, if you want to post your link, go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that because you got some people who are interested in what you got going on. I'm not gonna lie, I've been feeling the pull to get back into music. I really have. But y'all don't understand, man. I had my heart broke because nobody cared at all. I didn't understand at the time. But I think if I tried it now, I wouldn't care so much about what other people think. I think that art should be made because it's supposed to be made, not necessarily for reactions, but art should be made because it's supposed to be made. Know what I mean? Now I sold all my equipment, but I don't know, man. I'm definitely gonna get back into it. That's for sure. I'm definitely gonna get back into it. Whether it's this year, next year, I don't know. But man, making music videos was like one of the most fun experiences. Like visualizing how the visuals are gonna go to your music. Like, has anybody in the audience ever made a music video? Are there any musicians here? Like taking the time to like just sit down and like have this creative vision and like arranging it and getting the props and the camera set up and everything. Like I don't know, that was like a lot of fun. Like that's one of those things that I have to fulfill before I die. Shit, I was doing that before I was a musician. Before I was a musician, I used to listen to some of my favorite music and like envision what the music video would look like with me and like my favorite characters or like me and my friends. Okay, so praying mantis, here's an NLP tip for you because NLP is what I do and I love it. Neuro linguistic programming. You are very much influenced by the outside world, maybe more than you think. It's not a bad thing, but it's something to keep in mind. You consider the reactions of other folks. So, in doing so, maybe magically set up a system where you can separate a part of your consciousness to judge yourself. You can set up a part of your consciousness to give you feedback for yourself. I'm telling you this because this is what I've done. Set up a part of your consciousness to give you the right feedback, regardless of anybody else. And what that's going to do is that's going to protect you from manipulation. That's going to protect you from being manipulated from anybody else. Because people are meant for each other. People are meant for each other. Um, if you are easy to manipulate, you're going to attract someone who manipulates. People are meant for each other. If you're a liar, you're going to attract somebody gullible. If you're a cheater, you're going to attract somebody who really accepts being cheated on. You know what I'm saying? Like we attract our vibration. We manifest our vibration. So if you, like me, feed upon external stimulus, start to learn how to provide it to yourself. Okay, so who do I have next? Oh my God. Alchemy Gold. It's you. It's you. Alchemy Gold. This is crazy. This is insane. It's you. It's you. Are you ready? Are you ready? You always wait till the last minute. I'm with it. Let's do it. Now, listen, I want you to understand that I've been shuffling these cards the entire time. So if we see the Knight of Swords, if we see the. Who was it? Who was it that was prominent before? It doesn't matter. We've gone through this many, many times. Suffering Succotash. Wait a minute. Suffering Succotash was Sylvester, wasn't it? Wasn't Suffering Succotash Sylvester? Let me look that up. Y'all got me saying the wrong quote. Yeah, that's Sylvester. That's not Daffy Duck. Man. I'm looking on Google. It's Sylvester the cat. Sweet corn with lima beans. Suck it. Yeah, 4 cups. That was the other one. All right, let's do this. Alchemy Gold. Did you give me your sun, your bone, your rising? I know that we got Capricorn. I know that part. Oh yeah, how'd I forget Aries? Capri Sun, Aries rising, Aquarius moon. Are we still slurring on the microphone? Are we still slurring with a lisp on the microphone? Wow. So Aries first house, right now the sun is in your house of pleasure and creativity and entrepreneurship. The moon is in your house of sacrifice, hard work, also health, and if you have pets, it relates to that too. Sixth house moon, fearful and psychic. Fifth house sun, sharp intellect, no children. I don't think that's accurate though. Not in this case. Okay, justice. Justice. This card deals with the legal system. This card deals with the legal system. So perhaps there has been a case, there's been some scenario that required the arbitration of a third party. Okay, it's an upcoming court case. All right, I didn't want to speak too much, but I like to keep things general and neutral. You know how I do. An exchange. So the first thing that I see is that there is an equal trade. An equal trade. And what does this refer to? This is one of our recurring cards. An equal trade between one party and another. How do we make it work? How do we make it fit? This is a major arcana card dealing with Libra. This is Libra. So for you, Libra is your seventh house. Wow. So the seventh house has to do with your romantic partner or business partner. Interesting. So that's your seventh house. Romantic partner, business partner. Two of Cups has to do with Venus in Cancer. Venus in Cancer. And we talked about how Cancer was dealing with the home, dealing with the immediate family, dealing with the protection of children with what's important. Wow. Let's keep going. Okay, so the Two of Wands. Remember the Three of Wands was standing on business? Well, this happens just before standing on business. Remember the Three of Wands was the card we said was standing on business. This is just before standing on business. So what we have with the Two of Wands, we're dealing with Mars in Aries. And Mars is an accelerant. Mars puts the pedal to the metal. Mars hits the gas. Mars says go forward 100%. Aries, well, Aries is the same thing. You would know. That's your ascendant. That's your first house. The house of yourself, the house of your identity, the house of you, how you present yourself. Mars. Be who you are. Mm. And I'm sure that you are well aware of the energy behind this card, the Seven of Wands. Seven of Wands is represented by Mars, again, in Leo. Mars in Leo. So you're defending your personality, you're defending your ego, you're defending who you are, you're standing up for yourself. With this Mars in Leo, You've got all the courage and the confidence. You've got everything internally for what it takes. And when I see this card, I want you to take into consideration what you're up against. Because just because you feel like you're ready to go doesn't mean you're ready to go. Where are your weaknesses? Where are your weak points? What are you overlooking? What are you ignoring? I talk about Fortnite all the time. I love Fortnite. And usually I'm the last one to survive in my squad. Because like I move patiently and I see like I have a certain team member who is very gung ho and ready to fight and kill, but they don't gauge their weakness. So when they come across someone who's better than them, they can't see it. When I come across somebody who's better than me, I'm out of there. You're not gonna catch me. I'm gone. I make sure that I'm gone. But other people, they think that they can't be stopped. They don't take precautions for those scenarios when they might come across someone who's better than them. So what I'm saying is with this card, keep in consideration that there may be other factors that you're not prepared for and do what you can to be prepared for them. Hmm. I see. I see. Lilith and Gemini. Judgment. I think that everyone involved knows what the answer is going to be. This is one of those situations where everyone involved already knows what time it is, but we're still going through the motions. We're still going through the process. We're still doing the natural way in hopes that something is going to be different. But I think that we all know what the answer is going to be. We all know what the answer is going to be. Now, I don't know any of the people involved. I don't know what's going on. But what I do know is you've got a lot of signs of balance here. From the Justice card, this is a sign of balance. The two is equal exchange, equal. The Two of Wands, equal exchange, equal. Then you've got Judgment. Look at those two X's at the top. Equal exchange, Satvik. Let's pull one more. You already know somebody's going to have to get left out in the cold. Somebody's going to have to get left out in the cold. You can offer an olive branch all you want, but you have no control over how the other person's going to feel. You have to do what's necessary. You've got to do what's necessary because the other person is going to be hurt regardless. They're going to be hurt regardless. So do what's necessary. This isn't so much about winners and losers. This is about what's useful and appropriate. How are these kids going to feel? Right? How is the ecosystem going to be afterwards? What's the bigger picture here? That's what's important. If you can stick with the bigger picture, you're going to be okay. Whereas other people might stick to the smaller picture and what does this have to do for me? How can this help me? What can I get out of this? That's the small picture. But if you can stick to a wider frame, you can move differently. You can move better. Fork in the road. All right, so the signs, they move drastically. They move up and down. Apparently, Sagittarius is really good at decision making. Now, that doesn't mean they make the best decisions. That just means they're really good at decision making. I think I hear the lisp too now. I'm gonna have to take this retainer out. Okay, Sagittarius is really good at decision making. And perhaps when we shift to the earth sign of Capricorn, you start to weigh too many variables. And that's what causes this fork in the road. That's what causes this fork in the road. So ultimately, woo! You already know. You already know. Patience, patience, patience. Listen, your mind is running with all these different scenarios. What could happen? What if this doesn't happen? What if I'm on high alert? Oh no, oh no, right? Oh my God. Listen, patience, patience. You're going to be presented with so many options, even if they're imaginary. Relax, 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 chill. You've been through this before. And the next time will be the last time. Because once you master a lesson, you don't have to repeat it anymore. Hell, when you master a lesson, when it comes up again, it don't even feel like a lesson. In school, picture this. In school, when you're faced with 2 plus 2 equals what? And you're racking your brain trying to figure out and trying to think, right? You finally, oh my God, maybe it's 5? No, motherfucker, no. Oh my God, maybe it's 3? No, asshole, no. Maybe it's 4. Boom, it's 4. It was a struggle at that point. But as you get older and wiser and more experienced, when somebody says, "What's 2 plus 2?" 4. It doesn't even take any thought. It doesn't even take any thought. So the challenges right now are nothing compared to where you're going. Because where you're going, the answer will appear spontaneously. Right now is one of those challenges that once you master, once you complete it, it's like asking what's 2 plus 2. Maestro, I messaged you 3 hours in. 3 hours on the dot is when I started yours. All right. Well, Alchemy Go, let me know if that is something that has given you a bit of an insight, a bit of an answer, something that points towards something that makes sense. And I'll have to say, doing tarot is a wonderful, wonderful way to exercise your skills in divination. If you're caught between that frame of is it real or is it not real, tarot is one of those things that can bridge that gap because it shows you in real time, that these energies fluctuate and change and sometimes distort. And if you know how to read the signs, you'll know how to read the times. Okay. All right. All right. Searching, seek and destroy. Searching. All right. And listen, if you're here, if you've enjoyed this live stream, if you attend these on a regular basis, I appreciate you. I thank you for being here. And ultimately, it's my desire that these readings afford a sense of clarity for your future, afford a sense of understanding for what you're going through right now, afford a sense of appreciation for what you've gone through in the past. Life is beautiful. Life is beautiful. And if you take the time to see the beautiful things, you're going to be overwhelmed with just how wonderful being alive is. Take that deep breath. Take that deep breath and understand that any faulty programming that's been given to you over the years, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. A lot of this shit was pre-programmed before we even got here and we stepped into it. And you are a pioneer. You're a warrior. You're a crusader. If you've taken that pre-programmed data and said, no, I'm going to be me. If you're someone who's done that, I'm proud of you. I'm grateful for you because that's the kind of spirit that we need moving forward. Now, everybody's not going to resonate with this, but if you did, I hope that you caught the message. Coming up next, who do I have? Coming up next, Digital Alchemist. Digital Alchemist. I think that Digital Alchemist went to sleep uh 2 hours ago. Okay, but that's fine. We're gonna do Digital Alchemist. He's a Sagittarius sun, Virgo moon, Capricorn rising, if that's you. And I'll catch the timestamp and I'll message him on Instagram. If any of you know him, please message him. I might have to search. Black Gold says, "Don't forget about me, Trev." Oh no. Black Gold. Chanel, Monique, Joel, Carrie. Um, I'm looking down my list. Black Gold. Did you donate for a reading? I don't let me miss you now. I usually keep track. I don't see you. No, I'm being serious. I'm being serious. I apologize if I did, but I don't think I did. I'm open to making mistakes, but I'm not sure if I made one. Let me know. Let me know. Black Gold. All right. Well, Sagittarius Sun, Virgo Moon, Capricorn Rising. So Capricorn's your first house. Once again, the eighth house is the house of other people's resources. The eighth house is the house of karmic debt and inheritance. You've got Libra there. Excuse me, you got Leo there. And that's where we are right now with the sun, meaning that's probably a big focus in your life. Kimberly Gritter comes with an original comment that's very funny. What in the Dungeons and Dragons is going on here? Listen, I laughed so hard, I pissed. Kimberly, please send me your Cash App so I can send you something for the joy and the enthusiasm that you've brought to the table. If it wasn't for you, Kimberly, tonight would have been for nothing. I mean, if for nothing else, I've never heard of anybody called Kimberly. Is that a Kimberly? All right, let's get to it. Oh, I see you. I see you. I see you. Okay. My bad. My bad. I did not refresh. My bad. I did not refresh. Black Gold. I see you. I see you. All right. Got you coming up next. Got you coming up next, okay? That's my mistake. I did not refresh. I did not see. Usually it gives me a notification. Usually it gives me a notification. I got you, though. I got you. Leopard Productions says, "Can I get a reading, please?" Absolutely. Absolutely, Leopard. Absolutely. Just hit the link that is pinned to the top of the comments, and I will have you after Black Gold. All right, so let's start here. Hmm? Hmm? Hmm. The Digital Alchemist. That's 4 hours and 33 minutes. That should be easy to remember to send to them. We start with the Knight of Swords, one of the recurring characters. One of the recurring characters. So, look, a lot of thoughts rushing around, a lot of mental activity, a lot of ideas spawning and circulating. And we're not just dealing with new ideas, we're dealing with ideas that you've been holding on to for the past 10, 20 years. As a fellow artist, I know the pain of being a creator and not being to connect with who the creation is intended for. Creating something and not getting the appreciation. And I know that that can lead to dark places. That can lead to uh-oh, echo. That can lead to a lot of backsliding as the Christian. That can lead to a lot of backsliding. That can lead to a lot of going back to the things that may have served you in the past, but don't necessarily serve you today. Now, we can talk about addictions. We can also talk about unhealthy obsessions. But either way, there's something that existed before that you've grown past. And because of today's stressful circumstances, there's a real possibility that you could fall back to what you've already escaped from. The Nine of Pentacles. And look, I think that the fact that you're in a cozy place, you're in a cush, comfortable place. Look at her. We've already experienced this card earlier today. The Nine of Pentacles deals with Venus, as you can see by the different insignia on her shirt, deals with Venus in Virgo. Not only is she paying attention to the details, but she's also got her eyes on sensuality, on the things that feel good. So I think that this devil card is more attached to the aspect of yourself that is rushing into battle. Let's be grateful that it's not attached to the fact that you enjoy the comfort and the pleasures of life. In fact, it might sound counterintuitive, but it seems like the comfort and the pleasures of life might be what you need to focus on versus trying to get somewhere so fast. I think we can all see how trying to get somewhere so fast can cause a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, a lot of emotional pain, mental pain. Mental pain, you ever thought of that? And when we experience pain, we quickly run to something that's going to satisfy us. Thank you, MC Maestro. Leopard Productions, stick around. Stick around because your reading is next. One thing that is super annoying about Fortnite that I hate is when playing Reboot, which is the new mode, you've got four people. Typically, my squad is like three folks, so we have to get an extra fourth or a random. And it's like as soon as we land and we fight and the person dies, they quit. It's like they don't even stick around long enough to receive what they signed up for. So obnoxious. We've won many games where like our extra person just quit because they didn't believe. Sometimes it's good to just do what you said you're gonna do. So, Sagittarius, Sun, Virgo, Moon, Capricorn, Rising. We've got the Knight of Swords rushing into battle. That leads to a sense of impulsivity. That leads to a sense of let's just do it, damn the consequences. Yet those consequences can be pretty sticky, pretty sticky. And I attribute these two cards together. The one's looking at the past, one's looking at the present, but so is she. And she's comfortable and she's in a stable place and she's happy. Now, let me take that back. I don't know if she's happy, but I know that she is satisfied. Maybe you've never felt satisfied and unhappy at the same time. Agemang Casper. Peace and greetings. Peace in Ghana. Good to see you. Good to see you. Aw, Zero says, MC Maestro, you are really awesome. I feel admiration for your wisdom and your vibe. MC Maestro understands the law of equivalent exchange. See, y'all think y'all are getting something good, but what you don't realize is that he's getting something better. When it comes to life, when you receive more, you're supposed to give more. Because when you give more, you receive more. You got to understand this is not about morality. This is not about. Listen, man. Gratitude is not simply a soft sponge, it's a soft sponge with that hard gristle top. All right? Don't play with Maestro. Don't play with Maestro. He knows what he's doing. Do you know what you're doing? You worry about yourself. Shades of Shay, you are still awake. You are still awake. Okay, Ten of Swords. Now let's get serious here. Ten of Swords. Oh my goodness, what we're dealing with is the sun and Gemini. Sun, ego, self, identity, personality, how you see yourself in the world. Gemini, split, communication, multiplicity. When the one is scattered into many, if you're someone who clings on to a specific personality, this is going to hurt bad. But if you're someone who's somewhat non attached, you can observe it without experiencing the pain. Because no matter if it's one thing or if it's 10 things, it's all one thing. Ten of Swords. That's the metaphysical perspective. Specifically, you might be experiencing somewhat of a betrayal of someone intentionally moving contradictory to your program. In fact, I think that's what it is that we're dealing with. With these two cards together, I think you got somebody in your corner that cannot be trusted. You've probably fleshed them out by now, but you've got somebody in your corner that does not have your best interest in mind. Now, this can range from harmless to dangerous, but in my opinion, it's always a good thing to be aware of those who are in your circle that have a weak constitution. A weak constitution. The Seven of Swords is represented by the moon in Aquarius. And I could see that pointing to a weak constitution. The moon changing frequently, Aquarius being fixed. Perhaps you're dealing with somebody that's very willy nilly and wishy washy. Hell, maybe somebody who didn't betray you intentionally. Maybe this is somebody who didn't betray you intentionally. Maybe they were just that weak of a person that you got betrayed by default. Don't take it personally. Never take it personally. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this card. Don't take it personally. I know you want to walk away. You want to turn your back on them. You want to throw them to the wayside. What matters and what counts right here is that you understand compassion. Let you understand compassion. Compassion doesn't mean that whatever they did was right. Compassion means I understand why you did what you did. And it's because every single living creature is trying to escape pain and move towards pleasure. When you could just see all living creatures from that light, compassion gets a lot easier. Alex Cuckoo, peace. I love that symbolism right here, the sun with the moon. The moon is usually deceptive because you think the light is coming from the moon, but no, it's reflected from the sun. This card demonstrates that you see the lie for what it is. This card demonstrates that you see the truth that you previously ignored. Yes, it's your fault. You previously ignored. That's why this happened. That's why this happened. All is not lost. It's not the end of the world. You're still cool. You still got your sanctuary, whether it's physical or mental. You're still good. But I think what this reading is saying is don't be pissed off at the person who betrayed you. Understand them. Don't let that shit happen again, but don't get emotionally entangled. Last two cards. Number one, in fact, defy logic and defy expectations and have yourself a party. Because, golly, wow, what's better than rooting a snake out of your habitat? What's better than evacuating the vermin from your safe space? Celebrate, celebrate. I know you're not here to confirm this, but I have a feeling that you're dealing with a betrayal. Celebrate instead of mourning. And this is going to show you and open up a new level of emotion. See, most of us regular ass people, when someone betrays us, we're going to be mad, angry, upset, sad, pissed off, and we're going to vibrate at a stupid frequency, at a lazy frequency. Don't let that be. Instead, celebrate. And what you're going to find is that this is going to open yourself up to new emotions. What do I mean by new emotions? If somebody betrays you and you're able to celebrate after that, you've unlocked a new level of life experiences. You're seeing this thing from a higher level. That's what this card represents. You didn't lose anything. You didn't lose anything at all. You didn't lose anything whatsoever. That's why you can celebrate. That's why you can celebrate. So celebrate and embrace the new feelings that come with it. Embrace it because this determines where you go from here. If you fail this quest, you fail your entire life. But hey, that's just a theory, a major theory. All right, let's get spicy here. What was it 4:33? Let me message him before I forget. 4:33 Digital Alchemist. Listen, it's getting to that time where I gotta hold my people to a higher standard, right? No more suckling at the breast. We are able to digest fully formed food. We got to do better. We got to do better. If what you want is to expand and evolve and meet that Merkaba and become one with your soul, you're gonna have to stop giving yourself excuses. You're gonna have to stop giving yourself ways out. You're gonna have to set the goal and run towards it at full speed and let no other option be an option of yours. I'll tell you that. If I fail, I die. And I believe that for so long that like it doesn't even mean anything to me anymore. If I die, I die. So now I got to use my son. If I fail, then my son won't survive. And I keep using that example because I'm trying to drive it home. I'm trying to drive it home. Like what I've learned recently is that when you put yourself on the line, you care. But when you put somebody else on the line, you care exponentially more, right? So I use other people as my reason to really push because honestly, I've come to a point of like balance where it's like uh, I don't care. You're not gonna like scare me or piss me off or offend me or any of that. And I know I said what I said earlier about the dude that called me Lil Nas X, but I mean, I could care less. I know this guy. He's got 2 subscribers on his YouTube channel. He don't know what he's talking about. He don't know any better. But anyways, you get what I'm saying. Who do we have up next? Okay, I did Ruth, got Omari, Digital Alchemist. Oh shoot, gold, black, gold, gold. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Black gold, black gold, black gold. Talk to me, black gold. Talk to me, black gold. There you are. There you are. There you are. Black gold. Let's do this. So your seventh house is ruled by Leo. Leo is in your seventh house right now. So you probably have a very surface level search or reconstruction dealing with relationships, dealing with love, dealing with business partners, dealing with relationships. There's something going on with relationships. Now, with your. The moon is in Virgo right now. So for you, that's the Aquarius eighth house. Eighth house. So the moon right now is dealing with other people's resources. And this is coming up a lot. So yeah, the moon right now is in the house of other people's resources. That's lending money to you. That's borrowed money. You know, with OPP, that's karmic debt. That's also inheritance. That's also sex because we're dealing with other people's energy. But let me know if you want a general or a specific reading. You know what, OP? Dang, somebody asked for this music, but I don't think they're here anymore. I don't think they're here anymore. Okay, Black Gold, this is your reading. Leopard Productions, you are next. You are next. Hang tight. Divine Roberts, if you'd like a reading, please donate to the link that's pinned at the top of the comments. So, Black Gold, Black Gold, Virgo. Virgo and Virgo and Gemini get together and understand each other very well. And I think that has a lot to do with both signs being ruled by Mercury. What's in store? Page of Cups. So, with the Page of Cups, you know what I'm going to say? A student in the art of love, a student in the art of romance, a student in the art of connection, a student in the art of connection. You, by the way, you. The Seven of Wands. When you see this card, what do you think about? Astrologically speaking, we've got Mars in Leo. This is the card that represents the energy of Mars in Leo. This is somebody who is very focused on their effort. And specifically, they're focused on their effort to transform how they see themselves and how other people see them. How you see yourself and how other people see you. Look, the moon. Be ye not deceived. When we talk about a student of love, what that means is you're not quite a master. So there's still things that you have to learn. And sometimes learning includes being lied to. Sometimes learning includes being scammed. Sometimes learning includes missing the mark. So we got a student of love, a student of connection. And if you don't know any better, you cannot protect yourself. But that's part of the lesson. That's part of the lesson. You can easily move into a sphere where you feel as if the world is against you, where you feel as if everything is out to harm you. It's easy to move into that sphere. But I tell you what, there's another lesson that can come from being a student of love. And that lesson is understanding that love is an all pervading force. It doesn't belong to anybody. So if you're living in a state where you understand that love is beyond you, I am the Son of God, right? Jesus walking around. When you come up against this fight and you got the power of God behind you, it don't matter how many 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sticks are poking at you. If you have the power of God on your side and you believe that and you understand that, you can overcome any obstacle. But don't be deceived, right? Don't be deceived by the source of this strength. Don't be deceived by where it's coming from. Because we can all look at the full moon and its brightness, which is going to happen in about 8 days or so. We can all look at the full moon and its brightness and say, oh, the moon is projecting light. But when you become more educated, you understand that the moon is reflecting light. So is this confidence true? Or is this confidence reflected from something or someone else? You know the answer to that. You know the answer to that. Knight of Pentacles. Knight of Pentacles. What we're demonstrating here is patience. Patience. Yes, you're up against the world. Yes, it seems like sometimes the sources of your information may not be genuine. Yes, it seems that way. And the good thing is that this is why you've developed confidence in patience. Confidence in patience. Veronica Archaga, peace, 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 Veronica. I love you. Good morning. Good morning. Is it morning? Yes, it is. 3:33. Wow, 3:33. Okay. Patience. Why? Why? Because with your Cancer moon, you probably care if somebody else gets hurt. You probably don't like to get into competitions because you're not a fan of making somebody else feel bad. Well, here's the thing that you've got to realize. In order to expand and move forward, there will naturally be people who disagree with you. There will naturally be people who disagree with you. So you're going to have to start getting comfortable with people not liking your success, with people being unhappy with your success. And I'll tell you right out, nobody's going to step up to you and say, I'm unhappy with your success. They'll show it and demonstrate it in subtle ways. Sly remarks, not inviting you to this thing or that thing. You'll see it. People will demonstrate it in subtle ways. And as always, what I want to say is Don't get attached to that. Don't react to that. Let them do what they're going to do. Let the dead bury the dead. Quite honestly, the last card is the Chariot, Cancer. So Cancer is in your sixth house. This is the house of sacrifice, the house of hard work, the house of health. So look, in this whole transformation period of you becoming a new student of your heart, of you exercising patience and realizing that, hey, I'm gonna have to cut some people off, you feeling like I'm against the world, but then acknowledging what exactly is behind you and not getting it twisted, not getting deceived and confused by where your support is coming from. You're gonna have to start to sacrifice certain things, certain pleasures, certain pains, because a lot of us are addicted to our pain. This card represents that those things have to move in order for this energy to circulate. All right? All right. And real quick, Knight of Swords. Get on top of your game. Stay focused on what your end result is. See it all the way through. There's a reason that you're the king and no one else is. It's because you have what it takes to see it all the way through before it actually manifests. To see it all the way through before it actually manifests. All right? All right. All right. Let me know how that was, if that was accurate, if that got close, or if that was nowhere at all. Tell me. You tell me. Marwa Fakir, peace and greetings to you. It's been a minute. What's the best sub sandwich place? Is it Subway? Is it Jimmy John's? Is it Firehouse? Larry's Giant Subs? What's the best sub sandwich place? Leopard Production says Firehouse all the way. Really? All the way? Do you have any like hometown sub place? Like somebody that really puts the the elbow grease in it? I got this place here that's called Larry's Giant Subs, and they have like a giant, well, a big statue of King Kong inside the restaurant, like he's bursting out of the wall. They make some good subs if you get it in person, but if you DoorDash it, you waste your money. They slap some meat on a bun. He'll stretch your meat. They slap some meat on the bun. That ain't worth it. But I remember when I lived in Orlando, that was like the first time that I had Jimmy John's. And like I loved number one, the fact that they were open late. And number two, they made them sandwiches so fast. I'm talking about within 3 minutes. You placed your order. By the time you got to pay for it, the sandwich was done. I ain't never seen that before. And I loved it. Ah, I loved it. We recently got a Jimmy John's here in my hometown a couple months ago. I'm telling you, I live in a small town. We're kind of backwards, but I don't mind because that means the knuckleheads don't populate as fast. Alchemy Gold says the Cubanos can make a great sub sandwich down south. I wish, bro, I wish. I'd love that. Today, my roommate cooked up some Philly cheesesteaks, and oh my God, man! Like you can tell, like people who know how to cook versus people who don't. It smells different. It smells different. Correct me if I'm wrong. You ever been in the house with somebody who does not know how to cook, and the food is just like okay, but somebody that knows how to throw down, like it has to smell as if like, bruh. If you don't get a bite of this, you will not make it to the new kingdom of heaven. Man, I might not be weak against most things, but whew, the smell of deliciousness is quite the tempter. What that thing smell like? All right. So, Leopard Productions, give me your sun sign, your moon sign, and your ascendant sign. And welcome to the weird, strange late nights. And I'm gonna have to check DoorDash and see if anybody is delivering subs at this hour. The answer is probably no, but I'm gonna check. Leopard says I'm new to this, so I don't know. All right, well, you at least got to know what your sun sign is, right? What's your sun sign? Come on, Leopard, don't let MC Maestro down. You figure that out. I'm gonna see real quick if there's a sub place open. I don't think so, but you never know. Ah, nothing's open. Oh well. Oh well. All right, Aries. We can work with that. Yes. All right, so did you have a specific question or was this a general reading? And why do I have an echo all of a sudden? Okay. All right. All right, so we can do this. So Leopard Production says, I'm new to this, so I don't really know how this works. I'm always overthinking and I find it hard to focus. I always feel like I'm a failure and I'm failing in life. Well, let me tell you, first of all, right off the bat, I completely understand how you feel. Many years of my life have I felt like a failure. Many, many years of my life have I felt like I was doing something wrong. Like, picture the pain of that. Not knowing what you're supposed to do, but what you're doing, you feel like it's inherently wrong. I know what it's like to feel like a failure and that you're failing in life. And what I've come to understand is that life does not work that way. You think it does, but it doesn't. Like, specifically, it was my father, right? My father held me to such a standard that I personally did not meet. So when you feel like you're a failure in life, you gotta also think failure according to whom? According to who are you a failure? According to who? According to who? Certainly not to yourself. And that's a lot of what this Lion's Gate is about. Lion's Gate is 8/8, August 8th, right now. It's a gateway that opens up the perception of who you are. Leo. Leo has everything to do with the personality, the ego, the self. And right now, Lionsgate, the sun, and Leo in alignment with Sirius, in alignment with the moon, in alignment with Orion. That has everything to do with restructuring how you see yourself. Now, there doesn't have to be an enemy or a bad guy. There doesn't have to be a hero. There has to be a change. There has to be a shift. There has to be a new understanding of who and what you are and why you are. So let's do this. Let's do this, Aries boy. Page of Cups. Once again, once again, once again, it seems as if this card has made itself known. You right now find yourself as a student. You find yourself as a student in the arena of love. You find yourself as a student in the arena of sensuality, exploring the artistic side, the creative side, the sexual side of life. You find yourself exploring a student. But here's the nine. Although pretending to be naive and innocent gets us so far, what gets us even further is sitting upon the throne of wisdom. You might not know, but this card represents Aries, the older Aries. I can't help but notice, but the one sign you gave me as your son is Aries. This card represents Aries, but not just the impulsive, childlike Aries. This card represents the mature aspect of Aries, someone who's been through the fire, someone who's been beaten up, who's fought the opposition, who survived over time. So imagine being somebody who used to be gung ho, who used to be headstrong, who used to be just whatever is whatever. And then eventually you start coming to your senses. You start coming to your wisdom, to your knowledge, and you realize, you know what? Maybe I need to move differently, which, by the way, is the theme for tonight. Maybe I need to move differently. Three of Wands. As I said before, standing on business. Standing on business. So, look, ultimately, from where you are, from your level right now, there's new emotional things that are open up for you. New feelings, new perspectives, new ways to see life, ways to feel about life. There's new ways to feel about life for you. However, don't get caught up in impulses because you've already gone down that path. You've already gone down the path of somebody saying, hey, check this out. And you just run and check it out without any research. You're past that. The benefit of this is that you're able to move with confidence and stability. Finally, this is the card that I said earlier is standing on business. This is standing on business. The Three of Wands. The Three of Wands is the sun in Aries. Aries shining in full force is not rampaging and rioting. Understand, Aries in its higher form is actually patient, is actually very observant. Both of these cards represent Aries, and neither of them are running. Neither of them are scrambling and scraping. They're taking their time to make the right decision. And I want to say that that is the energy of Aries, taking your time and making the decision. taking your time and making the decision. Wow. Because no matter how mature or spiritual you might think you are, you've got to answer to your possessions. And for most all of us, we are owned by our possessions. So think about what has a grip on your mind. Think about what has a grip on your time. Think about what has a grip on how you move throughout the life. Mm. Hmm. And finally, the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords. Look, the natural result of being thrown off center due to materialism, the natural result is depression, sadness, because you feel a sense of separation. And there is no money that can bridge that gap. There aren't enough bullets or kills to bridge that gap. Hmm. Hmm. Let me know what you think, Leopard Productions. Let's see if we can flesh them out. So listen, there are many meditative techniques that you can use that can help you when it comes to not being able to meditate. Let's pull this last card and see what it has to say for your particular scenario. Ultimately, the Hanged Man. So here you are in a situation that might look like a sacrificial situation. What you're doing for yourself is actually going to benefit more people than just you, which is why you're doing it. There's something that's about to go down that will require your effort and your energy, and you can choose to pass it up, but this might be a better option to take it as it comes. Hmm. So when we're dealing with the Hanged Man, what we're dealing with is, of course, a shift of perspective, seeing things from a new place, from a new angle. And as we mentioned before, all of reality is about angles, it's about perspectives, it's about mental strongholds. And if they're weak or they're faulty or no longer hold up, that is the exact time to swap out and get something new. Hmm. What I enjoy about the Hanged Man is that this is actually a holy card. Most people kind of see it as insignificant. Most people kind of see it as just taking up space. The Hanged Man represents royalty. Think about the legend of how he came down from heaven to save us from our sins. We're thinking about a certain level of perspective that has not been involved intimately with the old world, yet is able to hold fast their vision of the new world. Hmm. Ultimately, to break this down, there are some levels that you are brand new in, right? You might as well just count yourself as a beginner. But that's okay because subconsciously, you indeed have the support of a well meaning, long reigning king, which inevitably means that the world is yours. The world is yours. Somebody says standing on business. Well, he's not going to be here for long, but he's making strategic disciplines, strategic options. Coming from all this, it's easy to get caught up in wealth. Don't be that one who clings too tightly. Yes, it causes stress. Yes, it causes anxiety. Yes, it hurts. But ultimately, you're going to press forward doing the same old things, or you're going to press forward doing something new. And I know that failure is not an option. It's not an option. Are we tracking so far? Where you at, Leopard Productions? Hmm. Interesting. Okay. Well, if that's that, then I suppose that's that. It's getting down to that hour. Okay, Leopard says, I'm still thinking about how I have the support of a king, but it doesn't show. So look, pay attention, right? You have the support of a king, but that doesn't mean like, oh, there's a king literally out there who's going to give you some gold coins. What this card means specifically is that you've been through experiences that have hurt. You've been through experiences that have kicked your ass. You've been through experiences that were not very fun. And usually those experiences are due to you making bad decisions. Now, I don't care who you are, from the age of being a young dumbass to being an old man with a long beard, that's a long time. That is many decades. So, what this card represents is the maturity that comes with that. This card represents being the young dumbass, doing young dumbass things, and then eventually growing tired of it and focusing on what's important, being let down, being abused, being mistreated, and finally coming into a space where they can make decisions without having to request the assistance of the cultural norm. So when I say that this represents the wisdom, when this represents how you have the support of a king, what I'm saying is that you have the support of living life and knowing how to survive without feeling like a peasant or a peon. That's what I mean by that. That's what I mean by that. Somebody who's lived through life and is still wise from those previous experiences. Zero, you've been here for the whole time. All right, so Leopard, let me know what you think about that. Let me know what you think about that. All right, y'all. So I think that is the end of tonight's live stream. Let me double check. I don't want to miss anybody, but I think that is the end of tonight's live stream. We did a general reading, looking at how now is the time to really lean into your creativity. Now is the time to really lean into what you're creating. You've got the support behind you. You got the support behind you. So let's go ahead and do what needs to be done. As opposed to running away and avoiding what's necessary. You don't have to do that. Not only do you not have to do that, but it's not right. That's not what you came here for. Do what you came here to do. Do what you came here to do. I'm a little sleepy, but I think it's time to make some curry. My son stay with me, and I'll let him know up front. Hey, man, I'm on this curry spree. I'm trying to make the best curry that exists. Either you gonna eat it or you're not. He said he was down, so he helped me cook. We made curry for like a week straight, maybe a week and a half. I fed him curry until he said, "Dad, I don't want no more curry. I don't want no more." But I sure learned a lot in the meantime. Alchemy Gold says Indian or Jamaican curry. Well, I'll tell you what, I don't know anything about Jamaican curry. Indian curry with garam masala, coriander, chickpeas. Oh wow, Third Eye Diamond is Third Eyed Nomad. I keep saying Third Eye Diamond. Third Eye Nomad says also, Trav, please don't forget to share the music link when you can. Thank you so much for the stream. For sure. I'm gonna get on that right now. Kali says Jamaican curry is delicious though. It probably is, right? It doesn't have to be either or, right? I just don't know anything about Jamaican curry, but I know about Indian curry, and I love it. And I'm probably gonna make some more. All right, so let me get that link for you, Third Eye Nomad. Hold on just a second. I'll post it. I mean, are you gonna listen to it or what do you want this link for? Okay, there you go. I posted it. Zero says, "Do you ever try Mexican food cooked by Mexicans?" Yes, yes, and I love it. In fact, a big part of what I cook is what I understand as Mexican. I always say stocked up on tortillas and beans and rice and cheese. That's for sure. Matter of fact, that might be what I don't know. I'm in a limbo. I'm in a limbo. I might make a steak quesadilla. I might make some curry. We'll see. But yeah, um, but yeah, I love cooking. I love food. I recently got into curry, probably like 3 weeks ago, and I've been cooking it nonstop. But yeah, now you got me thinking. I might make myself a nice little burrito or something. Mainly because I don't feel like spending too much time in the kitchen. I got some chorizo in the freezer. I might make some chorizo. Zero says one day search something called tamales. They are so good. I don't know how to make them myself, but I'm familiar with tamales. Wrapped in like corn husk. Yeah, it's fancy. Kali says, yeah, that garam masala is good. I've made it before. There's so much different seasonings to add. Or yeah, I'm telling you, one day like I found this Indian guy and like he broke it down to a like a T. He said, just do this. Don't add too much garam masala. Take your garlic, take your curry, your bay leaf, your coriander, and he showed me to like blend it up in the food processor to make this like paste. I'm like, what? And then you take that paste and then you cook it in oil. You cook the paste in oil, and that brings out the flavor. I know it doesn't make like sense, but like if you just do that, it brings out the flavor because here's your choice. You can try to make the curry itself and throw some garlic in there and throw some seasoning and some spices and hope that it tastes good. Or you can go ahead and slow roast and cook and fry and boil those seasonings to make the flavor come out into. I don't know if y'all have ever made edibles. Maybe I'm the only one that has made edibles, but when you take those herbs and you cook them into a soluble like butter or oil, all that flavor gets into the oil, right? And then you take that oil and you cook everything else. And it's saturated with flavor. Oh my God, that was like the answer. So much so that I was stuck on curry for like 2 weeks. Alikar says, I got back into Dion Fortune's Kabbalah because of you. That's one of the best occult books ever written, if you ask me. And we're going to be doing a book study on that in another month or so. So stick around. Yeah, yeah. Get you a blender or a food processor to put the garlic in there. make sure you peel off the, skin. Put your garlic in there. Put your cilantro in there. Put your cumin in there. Paprika. Put a little bit of oil, a little bit of water. Make that into a paste. Fry that in the oil, and then add the meat. Then add the potatoes. Then add the extra stuff. And then finally, after all that, add the tomato paste. Yeah, I remember I made edibles, and I used to experiment with, trying to extract the THC into the butter. I had unlimited butter. I had like sticks of butter, and I put the butter in there with the marijuana. And like I never knew what was too much or what was too little. And I usually go to the max. And then I made brownies out of it. And man, I was gone for like a whole day, 24 hours. I don't think I'll do that again. That was too much. Kali says, but mushrooms was a different experience. My imagination was like when I was a child. It's fun. Yeah. It's about that time again. I'm sure you will hear some mushroom stories from me in another month or two. Okay. All right. So I think that it's time for me to go into the kitchen and cook myself either some curry or some burritos. Whatever's easiest. Kali says, yeah, at the end, I ended up crying near the end of the mushroom trip. I felt compassion for everyone. That's how it goes. That's how it goes. I could go into deep metaphors, but I mean, it's like a hand. You are the fingernail, but you are fueled and powered by consciousness. And you start to learn that every individual is a fingernail, fueled and powered by consciousness. And you start to see that you're part of a collective entity. And you think that that's like overwhelming and awesome. But when you really continue to zoom out, you'll see that even consciousness is part of consciousness. And all consciousness is actually one entity. The ancient Indians called him Purusha. Purusha. The Hebrews called him Adam Kadmon. There's one entity that is the container of all consciousness. See, it's as if you were a fingernail thinking that you were the body, but you understand you're a fingernail that's part of a finger, and that finger is part of a hand, and that hand is part of an arm, and that arm is part of a body, and that body is part of something even greater. Likewise, when it comes to consciousness, every individual person is a piece of something so much larger, and you don't realize that until you experience it in person. See you Saturday, Zero. Ah, what a day, what a day. I swear, these days go by so fast, so fast. If anybody out there is suffering from the hurricane, like, I hope that you're safe. I hope that you're doing well. I'm fortunate enough to not really be bothered by it. Like all these hurricanes always pass my neighborhood, and I get a bunch of rain, and everybody panics. Like, you crackers don't understand that this shit happens every year. It always passes through my suburb. Same shit every year. But I know for some people, it's a big deal. I hope that if you're suffering from the hurricane, if it's like a serious thing for you, that you're doing okay. I hope that you're able to bounce back and get right. But man, I meditate. When these hurricanes come, that's meditation time for me. I love thunderstorms. I love the rain. I love the frogs. Like, one of the cool things, like after it thunders and storms like that, the frogs come out and they sing a symphony all night long. I open up my windows and I meditate to that sound. I love it. Maybe I helped to cause the hurricane with all the rainstorm ASMR I've been listening to. Oh shit, am I muted? Can y'all even hear me? Can you even hear me, bro? Okay, there we go. All right, I thought I was out for a second. All good. So look, you should have some big dreams for yourself. You should have big plans for yourself. You should have goals for yourself that stretch beyond your comfort zone. And I know that you feel as if you've tried everything and nothing's working, but you gotta understand our minds run on programming, just like computers and video games. Our minds run on programming. And you've been programmed with programming that is faulty, that is bad, that is not useful or appropriate. And it's not your fault. It's not your fault. You've been given programs by the people who raised you. However, if you want to see a better life for yourself, you're going to have to do the work to reprogram. Now, whether or not that process of reprogramming is easier or more difficult completely depends upon how attached you are to your old self, to your old identity, and what you think you should be. The more ready you are to let all that stuff go, the more ready you are to slip into your new reality. You're going to lose some people. Those of you who've already been through this, you know, you're going to lose some people. But you don't really lose anybody. If somebody is like turned away based on you being yourself and aiming towards your goals and reaching what you're reaching out for, if anybody's turned away by that, they weren't your friend to begin with. All right. Well, anyways, y'all have your dragon conversation. Hopefully, I can make it to the kitchen. Today is Wednesday. I suppose I'll see you on Saturday as we continue stalking the wild pendulum. And I mentioned that elemental magic course. We'll probably do that. If you're interested in that, let me know. If not, then fuck it. But if you think that you're somebody who will be interested in the elemental magic course, I'll put something together that will be very much valuable. 8-8, Lion's Gate. We're here. We're here. We are in the Lion's Gate. Make sure that you have your vision clear, loud and clear. Make sure that you're not emotionally swayed by your circumstances. This goes for everybody. Okay, let me get out of here. Okay, all right. Time to go. It's 4:34. Shit. All right. All right, chat. I love y'all. Thank you for being here. You're so awesome. You're wonderful. You're some of the smartest people I know. And they say that you are an accumulation of like the 5 people you have around you. Well, I've got you all. So hopefully you're smart. I hope you're smart. You are. Anyways, I mean, you're smart enough to pay attention to my YouTube channel. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you all. Thank you. Peace. What if I did a curry burrito? Has anybody ever done a curry burrito? What if I mix the two? What if I make a thick curry with rice and wrap it in a tortilla? I might be onto something here because I kind of cheat and put cheese in my curry. Like when my son's not looking, I'll sprinkle some cheese on the rice and then put the curry on top. I kind of cheat and put cheese on my curry. I mean, the last step is to put it in a burrito. Now we have crossed cultural boundaries. I don't know. Anyways, I'm going to find out. Have a good night. I love you so much. Thank you for being here. I'm hungry. Let's do this.